Okay, should be back. Appreciate you sticking with me. You gotta love technology, right? But what we wanted to do is provide you guys with the best coverage that we possibly can. And so we had to do a few changes behind the scenes to be able to pull in a little bit more video and to do that a little bit easier. So appreciate you guys tuning in. Back here live, and pretty neat, huh? Right? You know, we need to make a couple of changes. We can just take you guys as an audience and throw you into a different stream and go from there. So again, I'm gonna reset the scenario for our friends on Jamaica, and then we're going to talk about what's been going on with the storm, what is happening right now. Take a look at some of the new video that you guys have sent us as well. Again, obviously a hurricane warning continues for Jamaica. The landfall of the storm occurring as we speak, again, brushing the far eastern sides of Westmoreland Parish and St. Elizabeth Parish. And this storm at this point in time is moving basically due north. Now, again, the Hurricane Center still has this trying to take a little bit of a northeast track. But at this point in time, over the last couple of hours, we've seen more of a due north push than anything. This is bringing significant impacts right now to Sav-la-Mar, back to Treasure Beach and Black River. Santa Cruz will be in the core of the winds. And if this trajectory continues down the road, places like Cambridge and Montego Bay and Lucy are likely to be included in the potential core winds. Now, the winds may weaken a touch, but again, this made landfall as a Category 5 hurricane with winds somewhere around 185 miles an hour. Again, landfall is occurring as we speak, just to the west of Black River. Do you see how this little spot of land is now within the eye? That is the definition of landfall. So we have hit that here as we've hit the 11 o'clock hour. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate that. It's 185, guys. 185, 892. Let's make sure that we don't have anything else from the Hurricane Center. Want to make sure that those are still the newest numbers. And again, even their website with all of their traffic is quite slow to load. Here's an updated statement, but it is the same. So as of right now, 185, 892, northeast at 9. Okay? For anyone who is watching in this part of Jamaica, okay, you have to shelter in place. You can't go anywhere, unfortunately. I hope you have found as sturdy of a location as you possibly can be, all right? Remember, these winds can be totally destructive to some areas, some buildings. This is the kind of wind that will strip all the vegetation, right? You know, if there were barks on trees, it would remove the bark. That's how serious of a wind this is, my friends, all right? Stay away from any windows that face the direction of the wind that's coming into that area. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. You want to give yourself as much protection, barrier from the outside as you possibly can. Because what is going to be happening on the west side of Jamaica is going to be life-threatening and catastrophic as a 185-mile-an-hour storm begins to push inland, all right? Cover yourself with a mattress. I know that sounds extreme, but this is an extreme and dire situation. I mentioned the bike helmet before. You know, if you have any kind of helmet, you know, whatever you might have, cricket helmet, football helmet, bike helmet, I don't care, anything that you might have, motorcycle helmet, to just protect your head from any shattering glass, or if for some reason there is exposure to the outdoors from the home. Maybe we lose a door, or the window is significant and large enough where then debris tries to fly in, because that is a possibility, because this is basically tornado winds moving in with this storm. High-end tornado winds moving in with this storm. But unlike a tornado, which is only a couple of miles wide, the destruction from Melissa with these winds is going to be much farther and wider compared to what we would see. But the wind field is of that significance. I mentioned you guys have sent in some more video. Now I'm going to do the best that I can to show you exactly where these are from. I believe this is from Treasure Beach, okay? And give me 1 second just to double check something. This might be Alligator Pond on the coast. And Michael, I think you sent in this video, so if you want to let me know. But you can clearly see what is already happening along portions of the coast. And you can see that the roofs are already significantly damaged, okay? And then this one is from the Treasure Beach area, I believe. All right? And you can just see again what it's doing, and it's just beginning to move in. Just beginning to move in. This video, I believe, and again, I'm just having to go back to look through the emails, is from Julie in Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth. Now, I know that it's a little bit of a narrower shot, but you get the idea that trees are beginning to fall there in Santa Cruz. And again, back over to the Treasure Beach area, you know, just looking at some of this video and knowing that this is still the beginning of this storm. So my troubles are very little, but my wife has a leak in her tire and I'm just trying to help her out. She's fine. She's made it to a tire shop, but you know, the perils of life, but you know, compared to what our friends in Jamaica are going to see, that is absolutely insignificant. But I apologize for having to be distracted for a half second in amongst trying to change this live stream for you guys and to bring in this video. Got a message that, hey, I've got a very large staple in my tire. Is what it is, guys. We're not seeing this though. And again, you know, you want to talk about how these winds are going to strip the vegetation, right? What it's going to do to the infrastructure that is not hardened. Imagine power lines in this scenario, right? So loss of power, loss of internet for days and days and days. You know, roofs that aren't fully secure. Even if you have a concrete structure like this, and that roof is not fully secure, that wind can get underneath that, the soffit and the awning and the overhang, and it creates lift. And that's why you can lose roofs in that scenario as well. And again, you know, the coastal issues here, right? The coastal flooding issues are a big problem. You know, Michael, if you're in the chat, I know you sent me these videos. If this is Alligator Pond for sure, please let me know. in Mandeville, hearing the limbs of the trees snapping. And yes, protect your head at all costs. Before we move on, let's just make sure that we're doing okay still in Kingston. And obviously the story is different this far east on the island. It's extremely great to see that the wind has not been significant. Now look what's happening on the top right-hand side of your screen. It's the exact same thing that happened with Beryl. We're beginning to get the debris clogging up underneath Flatbridge, and now it's beginning to come over. And that is an extremely, extremely large tree, probably a good chunk of whatever tree that was that's out there, right? So that's a problem there. Again, landfall occurring as we speak. Someone said, you know, landfall near the nature preserve, Font Hill Nature Preserve, you know, just to the west of Black River. And again, the Hurricane Center has that making landfall with winds of 185 miles an hour. It's hard to fathom even that we've seen right here from that video. That is not even a part of the story of what 185 is going to bring. So again, 185, 892 north-northeast at 9. Nothing has changed in the last hour. All right. The only thing that we have to keep a really close eye on is the fact that this storm is moving a little bit more due north than what that track shows, right? Than what the track shows. Again, you know, the straight line, that center line doesn't matter nearly as much because the hurricane force winds are going to extend at least 30 miles from the center. Right? So as this comes on shore, and we're beginning to see now the outer eye wall on the northeast side directly interacting with land. And remember that you get into relatively high elevation fairly quickly in some of these areas as you get deeper into portions of St. Elizabeth and Manchester and the south side of St. James and Trelawney parishes. You do have some, you know, valley and hill areas here. So we're really concerned about the amount of wind and some of those windward facing higher elevations, and obviously the rainfall potential that is likely to come along with the storm as well, right? But the potential direct wind impacts for Savlamar, Cambridge, and even up towards Montego Bay, and still significant wind impacts in the Grill and Lucy, in areas just off towards the east. Again, the hurricane force winds extend about 30 miles or so from the center, but typically as these larger hurricanes move on shore and they begin to interact with land, and so they're ingesting a little bit of drier air, there is some interruption to the inner core of the storm with a storm which I still have to zoom out to show you, right? Again, guys, this is such an unbelievable storm. Look how concentric the storm is. There is no chink in the armor at this point in time. This storm is a historic storm for so many reasons, and it's all in the bad variety. You know, the level of total destruction I think we're going to see in Western Jamaica is going to be unprecedented and historic, and quite honestly sobering and sad to talk about. You know, Justin, who had been sending us videos from his area and his wellness retreat, Treasure Beach, what does that look like? And so many other areas, homes and businesses that are going to be significantly impacted by this storm. You know, potentially many areas, total rebuild. If anyone has any information from that area, feel free to drop it in the comments section below. Please share the new live stream. I do appreciate that as well. Well, again, first of all, So St. Elizabeth, lots of flying debris, roofs are being ripped off and thrown. This is a part of the story. Unfortunately, yes. Our house in Bluefields area, my neighbor about an hour ago already had heavy rain and trees down. Haven't heard from him in about the last half hour. The other problem is communication is beginning to falter in this area, right? We're losing all cell service, we're losing power, and when 185-mile-an-hour winds come by, it doesn't take half of that to start snapping, the power poles, to take down the power lines. Total destruction is likely within this. So we are going to lose communication from these areas, right? I don't know how much more video we're going to get from these areas, but it is significant and life-threatening impacts. Again, not only are we seeing the wind, but you saw some of that video from this area. And again, and can someone please tell me exactly where Alligator Pond is, so I don't have to take a second to look it up? Obviously, I'm pretty versed on Jamaican geography, but that is a new one to me. And again, you guys can keep sending in videos if you would like as well. Have the opportunity to try and bring those on for you guys. But getting some video from the Treasure Beach area. Again, we were looking at Treasure Beach and Alligator Pond. So let's go back to those again real quick. Apologies. So again, to my knowledge, it's in Manchester. Okay, thank you. To my knowledge, this is the video from Alligator Pond. And if anyone knows the area and wants to confirm it, we can. Gotcha. Just south and east of where we are. Appreciate it. And of course, I know where Treasure Beach is. But you can see what is already happening to the shoreline here. And we're just getting started. And you notice how it's almost pulling the water back out and then pushing it back in. It's this tug. It's this pull back. And all of this is going to be completely over water. Whoever shot this video, this is just the beginning of what's happening here. And all this metal roofing is already being destroyed on the windward facing side, but as the storm moves in, it's going to get underneath all of these awnings. You see how this is a metal overhang? What happens is the winds will push in and get underneath that and creates lift. And if that roof isn't secured, as likely it doesn't matter, unfortunately, right? Especially with a metal overhang roof, when you're talking about winds of even if the winds are just 150 here, right? The destruction that is likely to be caused, I would imagine that all of the roofing from this video is completely gone by the time we're done. Even in Manchester, okay? Even in Manchester, I mean, you can clearly see what it's already doing to that, and this is just the beginning of what's coming in, right? And then this is the video from the Treasure Beach area. And again, the person who took this and likely sent it out did it at the last minute, if you will, before they could. And this is still just the beginning of that storm. But what happens is you just get sheets of rain coming in, right? You get your blinding rain going horizontally, and you get everything being pushed over in one direction. And you can see that even the vegetation right now is just getting battered. And ultimately, this is the kind of wind that will take off every single leaf through most of these trees, right? If these were trees that had bark in them, we'd be talking about the debarking of some of these trees, where it literally just sheds the bark off. And the problem, and as I mentioned, is with lightweight objects that were left out, they become flying debris. Guys, this is like a very large tornado, 20, 30 miles wide, as far as these core winds, and hurricane force winds that extend from east to west about 50 to 55 miles, right? 30 miles on the east side, about 20 to 25 miles on the west side, right? But these core winds like this, will take lightweight objects and just throw them into buildings, cars. You'll see 2x4s that get thrown into car windows. You'll see 2x4s that get impaled into sides of homes. That's why it's such a dangerous thing and why you have to shelter in place. I mean, it is extremely dangerous, you know, to even be outside, even over an overhang, trying to film some of this, you know, especially as the weather gets worse, because the next thing you know, some heavyweight object is starting to move right past you, even with these kinds of winds. And this was a little bit earlier in St. Elizabeth Parish, and again, I know it's a little bit smaller, but if we look here, my friends, take myself off camera, just mentioning, this was Julia, I believe, was just talking about how, again, Julie was just talking about how that the trees were already falling there in St. Elizabeth. And Julie does add, by the way, if you know comma pin in St. Elizabeth, that roofs are off or roofs are lifting off there. And unfortunately, my friends, that is going to be a very common situation in a lot of the western side of the island. Yeah, unfortunately, usernames were removed from YouTube. It's extremely difficult because I know a lot of my friends of the channel by their username. The handles are similar, but some of them are not. And I like to always talk to people on a first name basis. You know, that's kind of, you know, the familiarity we have on the channel. So I'm really upset that they went to the handles, but there's nothing I can do about that. This is what it looks like here in Jamaica. Again, it's a completely different story. And I'm so happy for my friends in Kingston that we're not seeing the wind impacts. Now, let me be clear. Rain impacts and storm surge are still going to be quite significant, right? Can be quite significant even here, but you can clearly see that Kingston, especially with an even a little bit more jog west of the eye right at the end, has avoided the worst winds so far. Now, it could still get worse in Kingston. The winds could still pick up more, but it's going to be a totally different story on the eastern side of the island, right? Especially now, again, in real time with this more north turn of the storm. The center is massive, but the eye itself is basically lifting due north, all right? And so now you're even farther away from the center here in Kingston. So if we go from kind of the outer edge to Kingston, you know, we're a little bit more than 60 miles away. So there is no threat right now in Kingston to get sustained hurricane conditions. We could see some high-end tropical storm gusts, maybe even a low-end hurricane gust over 74. It's still not out of the question, but, you know, we've put enough distance between the core winds of the storm and Kingston where that is not likely to be the case. And it will be even better, as I've mentioned before, Portland and St. Thomas parishes. At this point in time, I wouldn't expect there to be sustained hurricane force winds for Spanish Town and even Old Harbor. More than likely, even Hayes and Maypen will avoid the sustained hurricane force winds over 74. It'll be closer in these areas. Again, we're getting to teetering here. If I go from, again, the outer bands and we go east, we're 37 miles. We're still likely to avoid it. Mandeville will see some hurricane force sustained winds and some locally higher gusts, only being about 20 to 25 miles from the outer core, even to the inner core here in Mandeville. If I go from the true inner core winds of 185 near Black River to Mandeville, we're still only about 26 miles away. So if you do live in the Mandeville area, still significant wind impacts are likely in your area, right? But anywhere east of here, like Central St. Anne Parish East, your wind threat is coming down based on where the storm is right now, all right? Still have to concern ourselves with the rainfall that could be 15 to 25 and even 30 inches in some spots. But again, you know, if the storm wants to try and track just a little bit farther to the west, maybe slightly better conditions there. Okay. Now for the western side, it's going to get worse too. Starting to get some pictures in from Old Harbor of flooding. So I'll pass that along to you guys as well. And again, please keep the chat going, guys. Let me know what's going on in your area. I'm going to get this. I'm going to work on a video here real quick, but I want to get it a little bit more centered. And again, now you have more direct core wind impacts for St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, and St. James parishes with a due north track, especially Cambridge, Montego Bay on the east side, but even Savlamar. I mean, Savlamar is going to be in the core winds on the west side, probably 150-ish there, right? Potentially even higher. Negril is still likely to see very significant winds. Same thing for Montego Bay. I'll check it and make sure here that we haven't gotten our Montego Bay reporting site to come back on. I seriously doubt it. It's probably down for the count. Probably has lost power a while ago. Anyone in Montego Bay, by the way? St. Thomas seeing rain and wind. The mountains might break the winds in a certain direction, but remember, if you're on the windward side, it'll probably elevate the wind conditions. So it's not all good in the higher elevations. All right. So Michael, who has been sending us a good amount of video, has brought us some new video. So I'm going to get that to you guys here imminently. There it is. On a little bit different computer here. We have multiple computers we have tied together. I think that's the same video from Treasure Beach. I think I got two of the videos from you already, Michael. Let me just preview them here and make sure that I don't want to duplicate the videos. Yeah, okay. Ooh. Oh, that's where it went. Okay. Excellent. Let me go pull those up for you guys real quick. All right. So let's look at some of the new video that I just got in. This is going to be from Montego Bay. So you can see what's happening now on Montego Bay. Now again, they're expecting a 2 to 4 foot storm surge there in Montego Bay. And Durian, who is in Montego Bay, saying that they're having very high winds. So there you go. That's what's happening in Montego Bay. And then the worst is still to come, right? Now they're getting, again, a north wind at this point in time, right? A north to a northeast wind. They are on the northwest side of the storm. All the winds are still coming in a northerly direction. Eventually those winds will turn more west and then even out of the southwest as the storm moves through. But you can see, you know, the water is trying to pile up a bit here through portions of the bay. And 2 to 4 foot storm surge is possible in some areas. And again, that's just a really battering wind at this point in time. And as the storm approaches, it is likely to get much worse. This is from St. Elizabeth. And again, same situation here, right? St. Elizabeth, where we have, you know, already trees down. and the wind coming through more horizontally than anything else, right? And blinding rain. You can't even see outside right now. That's the kind of rain that we're going to have. Much better in Kingston. There's no doubt about it. Now, I could still expect the winds to pick up a bit in Kingston and the rain to also, arrive and be more prominent, but Kingston certainly has been spared the worst. Again, not far away from Kingston. Anne Marie's talking about rain and rough winds in Spanish Town. Heavy rain and rain in Mobay. Montego Bay really had heavy winds and trees blown down, transformers burst. Again, the loss of power, the loss of infrastructure, it's going to be a big problem here, right? Again, out of Manchester, Alligator Pond, you can just see the battering there of the water, and just the beginnings of this as well. So the waves come in and then you get that undertow that pulls them back out a little bit, which is why you see the water receding away. And then the next waves that come in are even higher and stronger, and they just continue to push that wall of water farther and farther up the coast and inland as well. And again, all of this roofing, is likely to be either extensively damaged or completely gone. Sharon, I would expect the eye of the storm to be over the island at least for the next 3 hours, depending on exactly where it goes. If it's taking more of a due north track, it's not having to go over as much land, but we'll certainly look at that in just a second. This is from Treasure Beach, and again, as bad as this is, guys, this is still just the beginning of what has been developing on the western side of the island, right? Big time problem here. You can see just how strong that wind is, and this is going to strip vegetation. This is going to take roofs. Any other infrastructure that is not sound is likely to fail in totality with these winds, which again, I would estimate these winds are, hitting hurricane force, but that's it. It's probably at peak double this, guys, if not even greater. 70, these are 70, 80 mile an hour winds right now. Maybe a little bit higher gust, but this is not nearly not nearly towards the peak. Not even close, unfortunately. And again, St. Elizabeth here, we have a little bit in the way. Smaller video, but you guys can clearly see some of the trees down there in the yard. Check back in for our friends closer to Kingston. This is Halfway Tree. Again, you want to talk about a difference. This is it. Very, very thankful for our friends in the Kingston area that it hasn't been worse. The shift west of the eye and the storm moving more due north as it's moved inland is just keeping this part of the island farther away from the core winds. Now again, storm surge is another issue. You guys saw what was happening there in the flat bridge camera where the debris was already piling up above bridge level. So water inundation is significant, and it reminds me that we have that video, the picture that I got as well here. So I want to try and bring this picture up for you guys real quick too, because this is going to be Old Harbor. Yeah, all right. So again, keep an eye on that camera here and give me 1 minute. I'm going to bring in this new picture for you guys as well. So I double check. This is going to be images of Big Pond, Old Harbor. How many folks are familiar with that area? Big Pond, Old Harbor. We're going to take a look at a photo from there in just 1 second here. So again, the problem closer to the island, closer to Kingston, is going to be the inundation of water, the flooding possibility. So this is a still photo from Big Pond, Old Harbor, right? And you can see that that water is just coming in pretty significantly, pretty high up on that fencing, right? Pretty high up on the concrete wall behind there, and just other, natural areas being completely flooded. Raining in rural Hill, Eastern Portland in Jamaica. Thank you very much. But there you go. Crazy winds in Kingston. So they're beginning to pick back up again. And it is area dependent. The closer you are to the coast, guys, the more significant the winds you guys are going to see, especially into the eastern side of the island. I'm more concerned about the rain, right? Areas inland and the localized flooding and the potential for some landslides and mudslides. But, again, Old Harbor, right? Not too far away from the Kingston area at all. Seeing some pretty significant flooding in some of those spots. Ricardo, I'm from Montego Bay and it's not looking good. I would agree that I am now more concerned about the potential direct impacts to a lot of Hanover and St. James parishes because of this track. Again, we're looking at basically a due north movement. Now, moving north-northeast at 9, right? And even though it says north-northeast, that's just directly from the Hurricane Center, we can almost see that this has been a due north movement for the past few hours. If we look at the track from where we've had landfall up to Montego Bay, you're only now like 23 miles away. And if it's moving at 9, right, that means the core winds will start to move into this area in about 2 hours, right? That's the inner core winds, but where you see these reds and these blacks, that's the beginning of these stronger hurricane force winds, right? To give you an idea of how extensive the hurricane force winds are, right? The center's right about here. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. It's only about 10. Trying to do one direct line for you guys. This is a minimum here. Try it one more time for you. All right, so at a minimum, the core hurricane force winds are about 20 miles west of the eye of the storm, but a full 30 miles east. So this is likely your diameter of the hurricane force winds, at least 50 miles in totality. At least 30 miles on the east side of the storm, at least 20 miles on the western side. The western side is always a little weaker. The wind field is always a little bit more shrunk down overall, right? But with a monster storm like this, it's not much. I might be conservative with that, right? My system, by the way, shows you the most significant winds right here, and then the expansive 50 knot plus winds here already. And then the potential for tropical storm force winds in blue across the entire island. But, there we go. So where I drew it, the core winds, it's a little bit old, right? So that is probably up here now, but you get the idea that, my automated system painting on about that same scenario. Hey, Jim, how you doing, my friend? I appreciate your support. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Jim. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Again, not the eye, right? That's where the 185 winds stay. But hurricane force winds are going to extend at least in totality 50 miles from the eye, 20 miles west and at least 30 miles east, right? So this is the reason why thanks, guys. You should hear me now. It's just a battery pack issue. Switching back and forth. It's funny because I thought about there was a lot of scrambling going on behind the scenes before we jumped into the new live stream here. And I was like, oh, you know what? I should probably change my battery pack. And I never did. Part of the reason why, I'm not going to blame my wife, but the tire issue took up a little bit of my energy and my thought process, making sure that she was going to be okay. So yes, to answer your question, I don't know what you guys heard or what you didn't hear, but the Hurricane Center does make the official call for landfall. It typically is when the inner eye first brushes land, right? You know, and so we'll see if they haven't issued an advisory for landfall particularly yet. Sometimes they will issue a completely different advisory, and sometimes they'll just include it with the next update. And that next update, it should still be hourly. We should be getting hourly updates again at the top of the hour as well, okay? This is your visible satellite imagery of this monster. This is an unbelievably deep storm. I mean, look how it's just swallowing up the western side of the island, guys. 5x5, appreciate it. Keep your shoes on. You don't want to be walking through debris and cut glass and, exposed nails and anything like that. Again, the hurricane force winds are at least 50 miles wide, but probably closer to 60. Spanish town, St. Catherine getting pelted. So again, we're starting to hear from folks who live east of where we have the core winds beginning to talk about that they're starting to see, a little bit more impact as well. This is the sandwich product, your visible satellite imagery with the infrared. And again, you can just see the march of this storm and how brutal this is. It's an unbelievable storm on satellite imagery. It's one of the most prolific and historic storms on satellite intensity that has ever been recorded. Again, Landfall has either occurred or is occurring as we speak. That is my opinion based on the fact that the inner eye wall is beginning to move over land. Sometimes, you know, it's interesting because I've had this discussion with other meteorologists when I worked in television and we were watching landfalling storms. I mean, again, I'm from Florida. I worked in Florida for a long time. I've worked in other areas of the United States as well. But it was interesting because sometimes we would feel like the Hurricane Center would pull the trigger on landfall as soon as the first part of the inner eye brushed land. At other times, it appeared as if they waited for half of the eye wall to move on shore before declaring official landfall. So, little bit of a subjectiveness to it there, but what we understand right now is that landfall is occurring right on the border of Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth parishes. This is a historic destructive storm. Winds, my friends, are 185 miles an hour. Again, you know, we've seen some video today. We saw some pictures and videos in the last couple of live streams from this area. What is it going to look like tomorrow, right? What's it going to look like later today? You know, the storm will still be with us the vast majority of our Tuesday. Remember, we're not done with the storm even as the eye passes by. The winds are weaker on the southern side, but there is still some very intense winds when you have a 185 mile an hour hurricane, and you can still get some significant rainfall as well. And again, because we have a counterclockwise spin with this storm, for a time, even beyond when we actually have landfall on the southern coast, we have to concern ourselves with the opportunity for additional storm surge. All of that south wind is pushing all of that wind right along the coast. And that's why we saw, again, from Big Pond there in Old Harbor, significant inundation of water. Again, I'm not exactly sure how far inland that is, but you get the idea, not just along the immediate coast, but that water is being shoved in with this storm. Not too bad in Ocho Rios. That's great to hear. Trelawney now under rain and winds. Hanover is pounding with very strong winds. Fear for the roof. That is, yeah, you know, certainly that could be an issue. And Hanover is an area that is likely to be significantly impacted by the storm. Sonia, where are you in Hanover, by the way? Just curious. You know, I'll say the farther east that you live, the worse it is likely to be. The farther west, it might be slightly better, but not much. You know, but all of Hanover Parish is going to see hurricane conditions. Kingston is looking pretty good. You know, again, I would expect the winds to freshen up still, but, you know, we've been looking at some of the live cameras there, and overall, we're doing okay in Kingston. Now, there could still be some heavier downpours. I'm more concerned about the storm surge closer to the coastline and some inundation of water, but with the actual, you know, wind impacts from Kingston, it does not look to be significant. St. Thomas, not too bad with some rain and wind. Kingston close to halfway tree, mild rain and wind gusts, but much less than we experienced last year with Beryl. Yeah, absolutely. You know, Beryl was a whole kind of different monster and brought some significant problems. You know, one of the really horrible things to think about as well is that Treasure Beach was one of the areas that was most impacted by Beryl, because remember, as Beryl stalled and kind of meandered along the south coast for most of one day, the closest approach to the landfall was actually here on the southwest side of the island near Treasure Beach, and it's the same area that is just absolutely getting slammed right now from Melissa. Port Antonio, light winds and intermittent light rain. The eye might try and contract a little bit. Remember, the eye now is going to be beginning to be fully impacted by the land interaction and the friction difference, right? So there is going to be some fluctuations to the inner core of this storm. The drier air is going to try and disrupt what has been an absolute machine of a storm right? But the problem is there's a couple of things here, guys. The first problem is that when you have a 185 mile an hour storm, and we're not going over a continent, right? We're not driving this storm into the United States or some area where it's just going to keep moving over land. This is a short journey in the life of this storm over a landmass. So there will be some disruption to this storm, but because, and especially because the storm is moving due north and is going over a narrower part of Jamaica, the eye now is not going to be over land for all that long. My opinion is that there will be fairly little in the way of a drop with the strength of this storm, and likely it remains a category 5 even as it emerges north of the island. Potentially Cat 4 high end, but you got to lose 30 mile an hour of sustained winds to get back to Cat 4. Possible, but with a storm at 9 miles an hour and the landmass here between the Savalomar, Montego Bay, Lucy area, just a little bit less than 30 miles, it's only going to be over land for about 3 hours, and probably only 2 hours where the entire inter-eye is not over some part of the ocean, right? So even though the northern part and the eastern part of the eye is over land right now, the southwest side isn't as of yet. All right, guys. We'll go back to our cameras here in Kingston. Again, you can see the debris already beginning to develop there over a flat bridge. That's the problem there. Wave action has come down a little bit in the Kingston Harbor, but the elevation of the water with the storm surge, and then very wet in other areas as well. Hey, Tina, if you look go find, for the videos, go find Noble Pills, his messages. We have a direct link to a Google Drive that we created. So go check that out. Friends, I'm going to be back in just a second. Okay. Anyone notice anything different about yours truly since the time I was last on? That was supposed to be a very short break. However, as you guys know, I've been talking a lot lately on the streams, and so I have my handy dandy throat spray here, and I went to spray it, and it went everywhere, including on my shirt. So fantastic. Had to change shirts real quickly. I was like a quick change artist though, but yeah, so good times. All right, again, my problems, very little. Comparative. Chuckle about it and move on. Back over to some of the video that we've been getting in, and I appreciate you guys. Again, you want to send video directly, you can absolutely do it. An outfit change that was not scheduled, you know what I mean? I'm not Taylor Swift or whatever doing the wardrobe changes through the performance. I like to stay with the same shirt, but that one was completely covered in throat spray, which I still don't know how that happened. I was just trying to do it all very quickly. This is Alligator Pond, guys, Manchester. Again, you know, you've seen this video before, we've been watching for a little bit, but clearly significant water action, storm surge waves beginning to move into that area, and likely to get worse and worse throughout time. This was some of the initial conditions in Treasure Beach, and I label them as initial conditions because, again, still expecting the storm to have brought extremely worse conditions than this, right? You know, this is just the beginning of their sustained winds. You know, in this video, it's probably 70, maybe 80 miles an hour, but they're likely to have seen double that. So if you can imagine that action, but then potentially up to double in some of the areas there near Treasure Beach. This is Montego Bay. Now listen, this is an important area because this is part of the island where the worst is yet to come, right? That's going to be a problem. So you're talking about up in Hanover and St. James and even still a lot of Westmoreland parishes. While this looks fairly significant with a storm surge likely Montego Bay area of 2 to 4 feet, right? We're likely to also see some wind damage now that the storm is turning more due north. And this was out of St. Elizabeth Parish. And again, you can just see, you know, you're in that kind of a building. You can see that's concrete, right? You know, that will survive. But everything else around there, the vegetation is likely to be stripped. Any lighter weight object that was in the yard or anywhere, it just becomes a flying projectile in these kinds of winds. Fences get knocked down, right? You can even see a little bit of that debris there just in the yard, and that becomes a huge problem. And then we had this video as well. And I believe this was also out of St. Elizabeth, if I'm not mistaken. So there you go, and I appreciate you guys. Still getting some more video in. Noble Pills has put in the link to no salmon color shorts. Nope. I've actually got on suit pants on. I don't know. Just felt like today needed to be a little bit more formal. What's wrong with the salmon color shorts? Those were a big hit. Yeah, pink shorts matter too, right? And they're salmon, by the way. They're not pink. I will die on that. On that differentiation, if you will. Let me bring in some more video, guys. Give me just 1 second here. So through this live stream, the McCranie family is down a tire and down a dress shirt. There have been some impacts with that. Let's see here. Apologies, because I'm on a different computer. The drive system is just slightly different. So the video I'm about ready to show you guys is actually going to be from a Jamaica Public Service officer in Black River. Okay. So this, I haven't seen it yet, but obviously we're going to assume that this is going to be pretty significant. So give me just 1 second to bring that in and we'll take a look at it together. Okay. It's not a very long video, but it does tell the story. All right, here we go. So some video of the damage from Black River, St. Elizabeth Parish. Again, not much. Let me get this video to loop. Okay, it is. There was just a freeze there. So Jamaican Public Service Officer, Black River. Again, it's not very long. And then we get the Instagram there, but you can see that the metal roof is completely gone. And I hate to say this, my friends. I hate to say this. I'm gonna let this loop one more time here, and I actually might pause it here real quick, if I can. All right, so just paused it there, right? You know, you can see the roof damage. And that, unfortunately, is gonna be a telltale of this storm, right? Where you just have significant structural damage. In some ways, you know, the fact that this held up and we didn't have wall damage that it looks like, but, you know, this is going to have to be nearly rebuilt. And you can just see even a lot of the metal work right here has been bent and pushed into the interior of the structure, whatever this was. But sadly, this is going to be a really common sight across this area of Jamaica. They lost their building. There you go. So if that was the JPS building there in Black River, you know, that would make sense. That was coming from the Black River office, JPS Black River office. So there you go. So it's not just the officer, it's him shooting it of their office. Now I understand. Black River Hospital flooded out. Unfortunately, that is tough to hear, right? You know, hospitals, they need generators. They need to keep power because there are folks who are on oxygen and, you know, folks who demand immediate medical attention. That's why they're at the hospital. And so, you know, I'm sure there had been some evacuation of some of those medical facilities, but, you know, for others, potentially they're still housing, you know, patients. And that's a horrible situation when you're talking about that. And then you start to see some water inundation in some of those areas as well. Yep, NAC announced the landfall on the 1 p.m. update. That, again, is expected. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at that. I have, of course, the ability to bring up those advisories directly on my computer. Possibly the intermediates as well. Let's see. I'm not sure about the special updates. Yeah, not the specials. Okay. So let me bring that up and read that with you guys. So Melissa has made landfall in southwestern Jamaica near New Hope with estimated maximum sustained winds of 185 miles an hour and a minimal central pressure of 892. All right. It is still the same. These numbers have actually not changed again. 185 mile an hour winds, a pressure of 892 millibars, moving to the north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. So now we have, you know, more than half of the eye wall onshore. The Hurricane Center in bold text says this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Remember, we already talked about this, right? This is a 1-2 punch. You get the 185 winds with the inner eye wall. Those residents that actually are right directly over the eye, it becomes clear with calm winds in this area. But the storm is only half over because the back end of the storm and the eye wall still has to move across that same area, and the winds will pick up to nearly the same intensity. Slightly lower on the back end side, but not much. To protect yourself from the wind, the best thing you can do is to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You can be in an interior room, and yes, it seems extreme, but throw a mattress on top, right? Make sure you find an area where you think falling trees will not be an issue, right? So you don't want to be in the room where there's the large tree just outside, where if the wind direction is going a certain way, it could actually fall in that part of the home, right? Protect yourself with a mattress. Wear a helmet for protection. I mentioned that earlier. I know it sounds extreme, man, but we got to protect our heads, right? You know, we take something on the arm, we can probably survive that. But if we get, a flying object in the toboggan, we got an issue, right? Could be a big problem. So take those extreme precautions, because this is an extreme storm. This is about as high as it gets. There's a little bit more forward speed. You're welcome, D. Allen. Again, any of the information you guys have, just keep it coming in. That's why I'm doing this. That's why we have this chat, right? So that we can, talk in real time about what's happening. Obviously, if you have an opportunity, you have access to pictures or videos, send it to us. Again, we have the Drive folder that you can drop them into, or you can email mymeteomundo@gmail.com. I would try the Drive first. It's the simplest way, but if for some reason that's not working, you can always do the email as well. The projected track is slightly east of where we actually have the storm right now. So that's why I actually took it off the board, because appreciably, it's going more due north, right? Now, eventually this storm is likely to track over southeast Cuba, still as a major hurricane. And there is a higher probability than not that, especially if this goes, even if it bobbles slightly east of north, because again, it's definitely going more north than anything right now, that it will stay over land for a less amount of time. And now the storm emerges on the north side of Jamaica as an even stronger storm. Okay? Thank you, Noble Pills. I mean, as I'm doing that, Dorian sat over the Bahamas for days and days and days, and the rainfall there was more significant in most areas. But the wind impacts are probably stronger here with this storm. But they're both massive. Okay. So we do have some new videos here. Oh, I tried to skip part of the process. Okay. I know it's hard, but I wish this video was more in the widescreen. All right, so this is the Black River Hospital that we're about ready to see pop up. Let's take a look at it together. And obviously there goes the power lines. You can see that a lot of that debris is coming into the actual hospital. And it looks like some of that wind has actually ripped up a little bit of that hallway. There goes some metal awning kind of material. So a lot of that metal awning kind of material is gone, roofing material. You can see all the debris, guys. That's a big problem with storms like this. And it does look like that right window is cracked. Now again, whether that's from the storm or not, you know, can't guarantee it, but certainly that window is cracked. It looks like there might be some like chicken wire there holding it together, probably double pane, but still. Check in on St. Elizabeth, and this is another big problem. Again, St. Elizabeth, I don't know exactly where this is in St. Elizabeth. Tina, I think you sent this, so if you want to let me know, please let me give us an idea. Again, the hospital was Black River. This is St. Elizabeth Parish, and this is what I'm talking about when we're looking at flash flooding. Do you guys see how fast the water is moving? This is going to be a tremendous problem with this storm. The amount of water it's putting down and how quickly areas can flood with fast-moving water leading to additional landslides and mudslides. It's going to be a huge hazard, life-threatening problem in some areas with this amount of rain and fast-moving water coming in. And this is not even talking about the winds that are out there. All forms of hazards here in the western side of the island. That probably is what I got, Tina, or is it a different one? Little Park in St. Elizabeth. Tina, is this the Little Park video, or is that another one? This is the video from Tina, or one of them. Both the hospital one and this one. I just want to make sure that I know which one is which here. So Tina, if you can let me know what this particular, where this is in St. Elizabeth, I'd appreciate it. Okay, so you sent me I can see there's a completely different one for St. Elizabeth. Yeah, how's the power in Montego Bay, by the way, guys? I appreciate all of the chat going on as I'm working through some of this to get you guys the latest, because this is what I love about this, the interaction. You guys are getting the information in real time, just like I am as well. So keep the chat going. I'm going to switch over real quick to our cameras here. Let's check in on my friends in Kingston. How are we doing in the Kingston area, by the way? Let me know in the comments section below, please. Okay, so that's how I have to do that. All right, wow. Okay. You know, Flat Bridge is stalled there. The water level just continues to rise. Again, breezy conditions, but wind-wise, we're doing just fine through most of the Kingston area. All right, here's some pretty crazy video here, guys, from St. Elizabeth. So there you go. The little park in St. Elizabeth. First of all, you can see the home on the other side. You know, water has entered that home. You see how fast the water is moving? It's a torrent of water. An absolute torrent of water. That will sweep up you, your car, as easily as if you weighed a feather. And will push you down that stream as fast as possible. It's a very dangerous situation, right? The flooding potential is so extreme. I mean, again, I'm not sure if there was any vegetation, any leaves on that closest tree, but if there were, it's gone. And even here, the wind is probably not as significant as it's going to get, you know? The interesting thing about this, guys, and maybe it's just me visually, but it almost looks like the rain and the wind are going in a different direction than what the water is flowing. So you have the rain and the wind coming in an opposite direction from probably higher terrain on the right-hand side of your screen to lower terrain on the left-hand side. Right, if you look on that bush here, it's coming this way with the wind. And obviously we have this huge wall of water, and this is just sheets of rain. Several inches of rain per hour, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain an hour easily coming in with this. Potentially even significantly higher. So rich, deep tropical moisture, and then you have all of this water piling up, and there's nowhere to go. So, you know, we want to respect, so first of all, of course, you can always find See Jamaica on their YouTube channel. We want to respect, you know, what they're doing there. So basically we can show very quick snippets of their stream, you know, in a slightly delayed fashion, but, you know, nothing more than that. I don't want to bring it up and do it live anything more. Yeah, flying objects, wind, crazy. Winds are picking up right now out of Kingston. Pretty windy now in Kingston with some light rain. So we're beginning to get a little bit more wind now, you know, in the Kingston area, right? Still doesn't look crazy in these pictures here, but you can see the harbor really churned up, and we'll see if the flat bridge camera wants to come on anytime soon. But the situation going down a little bit in Kingston, but the winds are still okay for the most part. Now again, can this still cause some power outages and issues, knock down some tree limbs to knock down some power? Absolutely. But you compare it to obviously what we're seeing out west, and we understand the difference there as well. All right. Back out to the weather computer, because I want to get back into what's going on with the storm right now, right? Just an absolute monster. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like as the storm is passing over the island with our visible and infrared satellite sandwich product here. If we take a look at just the visible satellite imagery, the storm has absolutely encompassed the entire island. You can't even see the outline of the geography. You see the city names, but you can't even find it. And look how deep that storm is. There's just a depth to this on the visible satellite imagery from where we have that eye clearing to the highest cloud tops, which are so high in the atmosphere. The storm's so vertically stacked. Again, right now, as we move to 12:25 local time on Jamaica, 1:25 Eastern Daylight Time, we still have an eye that more than anything is going north or north-northeast. So growing concern for Savlamar, because we're likely to get close, if not over, the core winds here in Savlamar. The Cambridge area, Montego Bay, right? Cambridge likely to take a full impact from the storm. It looks like they will be on the northeast eye wall, which is the worst winds, okay? So let's have some thoughts for anyone in Cambridge, because likely to see total devastation in that area with this kind of a storm. The eye does look to shrink a little bit at this point, so it's coming down a little bit, but it was a very large eye to begin with, and is probably still more than 10 miles wide. You know, this eye just at landfall was in that 15 to 16 mile wide variety. Yeah, and now it's still about 10 or 11 miles wide. So still a significant, you know, eye. When we take a look at it again, and I think we're easily in this 24 is fine, and then another 30, so we get up to about 55. We're likely to see, and if I actually click that, it'll stop. If I click that, it'll stop. We're likely to see this entire area, as the storm lifts north, experience hurricane conditions. Just the closer you get to the eye, the winds become more extreme to that maximum. But significant impacts will still likely be felt into the Mandeville area, all right? And then where hurricane conditions are likely across all of the western side of the island. Even the Grill is likely to begin to experience some hurricane conditions. The wind profile is always a little bit weaker on the west side, right? It's not as expansive on the west side of the storm, but when we're talking about a storm with 185 mile an hour winds, you have to get pretty far away from that center to avoid damaging conditions, even with just the wind. And we're not talking about the rain, we're not talking about the storm surge. Now for Kingston, again, generally speaking, we're just far enough away for that to be the case, right? So, you know, Eastern St. Catherine, St. Mary, St. Andrew, Kingston, Portland, St. Thomas parishes likely to not experience widespread wind impacts. Some wind impacts, yes, right? Localized wind impacts, sure. Flooding with the storm surge, southern side, some wind and rain impacts, Portland, St. Thomas, a little bit more rain impacts inland. Still could see 15 to 30 inches of rain, guys. Again, you know, we'll see how this ultimately plays out, but that kind of rainfall, even on the eastern side of the island, is a possibility. Again, when we look at this, apologies. Now, look, the wind is not as significant that you see on this map in these areas, but it is on the eastern side of the storm, closer Mandeville west, right? Then up towards the northern side of the island, we're likely to see a little bit less wind than this as well. But again, this would be the eastern northeast quadrant. The rainfall totals, though, are still very much into play for this area. 15 to 30 inches, 375 to 750 millimeters. And again, this storm surge of 9 to 13 feet. That is the wall of water that the storm is pushing on shore. And some of that is likely to be even higher. So you saw some of the photos, right? We looked at the picture there from the Old Harbor area where we had some pretty significant flooding. So we're already from time to time, you know, seeing some of that flooding coming into the area. Let me show you a visualization of that. So this was this Big Pond, Bull Pond? I apologize. What exactly was this one here? If I go back and find it. It's Old Harbor for sure. Big Pond, Old Harbor. And you can see the flooding that's going on. That's the storm surge. That's the wall of water being pushed. Any additional rain adds to the issues there, right? Any additional rain, you know, adds to that issue. Then we look in the western side of the island, right? And again, you know, they're the ones now with the 130 to 160 and even higher. West of where we have the center of circulation, but near the coast, we're still at the 120 to 140, okay? And then on the northeast side, 90 to 120, even on the northern coast. Storm surge, 6 to 9 feet, locally higher west of the center. The storm surge for Montego Bay is forecast to be 2 to 4 feet. Rainfall totals here, 10 to 20 inches and locally higher. And when you combine all of the hazards that we've been discussing the last several days on the channel, you get the pictures and the videos that we've been seeing on this side of Jamaica, right? Complete and total devastation in some areas, life-threatening flash flooding, significant infrastructure damage. You know, we talked about roadways being washed out, right? Again, with the water moving as fast as you saw in some of those videos, that's what it's going to do, right? It might not wash out a roadway, but maybe it washes out a driveway. And folks are isolated in that regard because they live in a rural area, right, where there is just one way in and out of their home. And that one way in or out is gone, right? So being isolated like that, you know, is a scenario that some folks in the central and the western sides of Jamaica will have to come to terms with, you know, as their reality starting today. And that could be for days or weeks. So this catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding, the storm surge, the extensive infrastructure damage, the long-duration power and communication outages. Again, you know, we're starting to lose communication with some folks on the western side of the island. Power's going down, internet's going down, and it could be days or weeks before that's restored, just depending on where and, you know, the priorities and, you know, the manpower to get that back up, right? Could be for a long duration. Landslides, mudslides are already being, you know, shown roads being washed away, and isolation of communities. Yes, tidal cycles will obviously, potentially be a hindrance with the storm surge. If we're adding on a high tide cycle to the storm surge, it's going to just add in additional water. Clarendon is kind of right on the precipice of having the hurricane conditions. Looking okay so far in the south central part of the island. You get Mandeville west, depending on exactly where we're talking about here. We do get back into the potential for the core winds. But obviously, we're a little bit farther west than that. Now, Santa Cruz is getting battered. Cambridge is about ready to get slammed. Right up this corridor and not far down the road. If that holds to be the case, Montego Bay is next. I hate to say this, but it's going to be very hard for Montego Bay to avoid the inner core winds. There would have to be a fairly significant push east in a very short amount of time. The eye right now is about 10 miles wide, 10, 11 miles wide. If it's trying to track due north, the eye is likely over the island for about 3 hours because that is, again, less land and distance for the storm to go over, right? If it's tracking more north and east, that's a longer distance. Now, I would expect from when the eye moved inland to when the back part of the storm to exit the northern coastline, again with a more direct north path, would be more about 4 hours. But in totality, for the entire eye to be over the island is probably only about two and a half, right? Part of the eye is still over water right now, just a little bit, but it still is. And then, in probably 90 minutes to an hour, the northern side of the eye will emerge into the northern coast. And so there's not a lot of time for the entire inner core to be over land with the friction, with the interruption of, the mechanisms there. Obviously, we have friction on the land, we have terrain and drier air all being pulled into the storm, which is why storms weaken when they move over land. But with this one being over land for only a couple of hours, 3-4 hours at most, it's hard to tell exactly how much infrastructure, or interior disruption to the core of the storm we're likely to get. I don't expect it to be significant, right? Could this get knocked down to a Cat 4 over Jamaica? It's possible, but this is likely to emerge north of Jamaica as still an extremely powerful and dangerous storm, and then is going to try and set its sight on southeast Cuba late tonight and especially tomorrow, and then the central and the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos as we get deeper into Wednesday and especially on Thursday. There are some mountainous areas in western sides of Jamaica. You have kind of the hill areas and then the valleys here. And again, I'm somewhat astute to Jamaican geography. If anyone wants to jump in and discuss some of the topography here, interior sections of the western side of the island are a little bit hillier and more terrain. And the problem with that in an overall fashion is that now this higher elevation is more exposed to the winds, and because Melissa is completely vertically stacked, right? These winds are very significant in a very high altitude of the storm. And the Hurricane Center was talking about potentially adding up to 30% additional wind strength to windward facing higher elevation areas of western Jamaica. If you can imagine adding 30% wind to those areas. The other problem is that all of the water rushes down to the lower areas very quickly, right? So you get significant flooding and fast moving water in that situation as well. That I don't know, Bruce, right off the top of my head. Deborah says, I'm in Montego and it is horrible. Deborah, we're thinking about you and I appreciate that support. Okay, guys, we continue to get new video. Appreciate that. All right. And while I get that fired up for you guys, let's check back in with what's going on near the Kingston area, and I'll be right back in just a second. Okay. I'm going to look at a little bit more new video here coming up in just a second. Again, let that storm so you guys can see where it is right now. Okay. So the first area we're going to look at here, guys, is going to be from St. James. And it looks like we're looking at it sideways, aren't we? Well, is what it is. There we go. Orientation got right there. Someone was turning the camera. So again, this is going to be Cambridge, St. James, Chester Castle, Hanover, right? So you've got Chester Castle, Hanover, neighboring Cambridge and St. James. So that's what we're looking at right now. And again, just really solid winds beginning to move in. You've got the power lines that are just dancing and on the precipice of probably not being in their current locations for much longer. And again, everything just blowing very significantly. That horizontal wind, that sheet of rain, indicative of these storms like this. This is going to be Trelawney, so a little bit east of that video. Viewer who sent it in said, hey, look, not that bad so far, but I imagine it's going to get worse. And this is a beautiful shot, right? Look at all that vegetation, all the trees, all the vegetation. What is that going to look like, once the storm passes by, right? How much of that is really going to be left? Again, that will grow back. I'm much more concerned about homes, but I'm most concerned about loss of life. This is a storm that can cause that kind of devastation, and we just don't want to see that, right? Montego Bay, again, a little bit earlier, so conditions are likely to continue to go downhill with this as well. So we'll have to monitor the situation for Montego Bay. Negril starting to get severe battering winds. Right now, the forecast, Bruce, for Montego Bay is a 2 to 4 foot storm surge. Again, they're going to have more of a westerly wind, and that is going to push some water into portions of the bay, but they weren't exposed to the south winds, as the storm moved in, like the southeastern side of the island saw. So there will be some storm surge. The forecast is about 2 to 4 feet for Montego Bay. And again, just throughout some of these western parishes, this is a very common sight right now, guys. This horizontal rain and wind and the significant problems it's causing. Obviously, fishermen, our thoughts are with you. I know that during Beryl, we had, fishing villages that were lost near the Treasure Beach area because of Beryl. And obviously, anyone, with marine interests in the western side of the island probably have some significant, problems, right? Docks gone, boats gone, vessels destroyed in some way, sunk, pushed inland with the storm surge. All of those things we will probably see with this storm. Any dock structures are likely to, have succumbed to some of this. Again, just additional video you guys have sent in of just some of the powerful winds with the storm. You get that metal material for the roof or the awnings, and that is stripped away in short order with these kinds of winds. Again, this is from the Black River office of the Jamaican Public Service, St. Elizabeth. And that is what's left over of their office. And this is from Black River Hospital as well. The storm is moving north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. Norman Manley Boulevard, Negril, persistent rain but no flooding. Destructive winds that persisted to batter us. Appreciate that. All right, let's do a heat check. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing all right? Everyone faring? How's everyone doing on a mental basis? Are we all right? If you guys live in an area that has been impacted, let me know in the comment section below. If you are in an area that is likely to be impacted, let us know. Let us know what you're seeing. right? This is why we do this interaction with the live stream, so that we can chat. So I know what's going on with you guys. I'm going to pass along the information. This is still an utmost significant, serious storm. I hope that the video that you're seeing from some of these areas is bringing that home for you. And also, let me be very clear. We're not even seeing the worst, right? That is destructive wind and rain that we have seen from some of the areas, but it is not even the peak that most areas of especially eastern Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, western sides of Manchester, and eventually sneaking into portions of Hanover, St. James, and Trelawney parishes are going to see. It will be worse with the intensity of the storm the way that it is. I have no more fingernails. I understand. I get it. Look, it is a very anxiety-ridden day. We know things are going to look a lot different tomorrow than what we had on this beautiful island today, right? We can rebuild. You know, there's going to be a lot of suffering, right? With loss of infrastructure and utilities, power and internet being down for days, if not weeks, significant road flooding, loss of cars in flood waters. We just don't want loss of life, right? Unfortunately, I already heard of a few fatalities for the preparations of the storm on the island, right? I hope I hear of no additional fatalities. But this is dangerous, life-threatening conditions moving in and through the western side of the island right now. No one would mind if you sat in a chair. You must be exhausted right now. I'm good. I appreciate it. I do have a chair, right? We have to probably adjust the camera view a little bit, and I might, but I'm okay right now. But I appreciate that. Judith says, I'm in Clarkstown, Trelawney, and so far so good, but no electricity. Okay, well, I appreciate that, Judith. Keep us updated, because again, Trelawney is an area that is going to be more impacted here in the next couple of hours, right? Certainly deeper into the interior sections of St. Elizabeth, a lot of St. James, a lot of Trelawney, at least the central and the eastern sides of Hanover and Westmoreland parishes as well. We've had some reports out of Negril and Lucy that it's bad. It's not, the worst, but potentially the worst is still to come. And just the slightest nudge east of north from the eye, but it is certainly still more tracking north than anything, right? And I think we're running out of time, for some of the core winds to hit Montego Bay. We're running out of time for that to be a change. Now, if this were to take a sudden shift east, that's a plausible scenario, but it's likely Montego Bay is going to experience very significant winds in the coming hour or two. Again, all the newest information from the Hurricane Center, my friends, is going to be on the top of your screen when we go to this product here. Anytime that we have the weather computer up, you'll see that in the latest stats. And the Hurricane Center will be coming up with a 2 o'clock intermediate advisory. We're all a little rusty, there's no doubt about it. Family near Little London, Savile-Lamar, any updates appreciated, Negril appreciated too. Again, Savile-Lamar, I expect Savile-Lamar to be significantly impacted by this storm. The eye is pushing just east of the Savile-Lamar area, but only by a few miles. And on the western side of this, I'm still expecting there to be winds of 120 to maybe even up to 140 miles an hour. So significant infrastructure damage is likely in Savile-Lamar. I hate to say it, but this is an area that is being fully directly impacted by the storm, even on the western side. Yes, the winds are slightly stronger on the northeast side, but this is a extremely powerful hurricane, and those kinds of winds, even on the western inner and outer core of the storm, will be very destructive. Certainly a storm surge that has pushed inland as well, and obviously significant rain in some spots. So unfortunately, Savile-Lamar is an area that in the aftermath has likely experienced significant damage to that area. It is slightly better when you go farther off towards the west, where we've had reports of some stronger winds, some heavier rain, and some battering conditions from Lucy to Negril. But we're just on the edge of these stronger core winds here in this area. So from the grill to the center of circulation, we're about 24 miles. That is probably the extent of the hurricane force winds. I do expect there to be some hurricane conditions even along the far western coastline, just not as heavy and as persistent as areas inland. And again, just this slight nudge, just a little east. You can see just that little turn as we are seeing the eyes shrink just a little bit now. We're almost to a point where the entire eye is fully over land. So we'll see how long that lasts. Did this keep the same eye wall? There has been no eye wall replacement cycle, if that's what you're asking, Fiona. Never got that ERC to happen before landfall. So we never had that structural change in the storm. The winds sound like a plane taking off in its runway. Hurricane hunters are probably still out in this storm. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be. You can always keep an eye out for that. Again, sometimes they transmit data that I can see in real time, others not. They may not be going into the eye at this point in time. They may be waiting for the storm to emerge off of the coast. A lot of times what they'll do when there is a storm that is over land like this, but it's going to impact other areas, is they'll really begin to focus on the downstream environmental conditions and really put a lot of emphasis here between northern Jamaica and Cuba to get the best sampling that they possibly can of the environmental conditions for where the storm is likely to head, right? So probably not a lot in the way of sampling the storm while it's over land. They might do some outer band work to get an idea of the winds and the pressure there, but more than likely they're going to be a lot more sampling to, and remember, their data is fed directly into the models, so they're giving us real-time updates, but they're trying to give the models the best information of the true atmospheric conditions ahead of the storm as they possibly can. Sure, Shireen, here you go. Again, it's, skirting Westmoreland Parish, St. Elizabeth Parish, and beginning to turn, it looks like, slightly east of north. Again, the official track for the Hurricane Center, for the 2 o'clock, remember now, we're going to get the update from the Navy, and they have certainly picked up on the fact that this storm is farther north than expected. We'll get a new centerline track coming up, but the forecast is they're going to try and pull it a little bit east. Now that cone of uncertainty certainly includes Montego Bay, so it'll be interesting to see, do the core inner winds get to Montego Bay, or are they going to be just a little bit south of there? The eye is in. We've had landfall, yes. It's good to hear that Portland is relatively quiet there. Buff Bay, again, eastern side of the island. You're welcome. You're welcome. Linstead is likely to avoid the hurricane force winds. Far enough east, especially with that storm going just a little bit farther to the north and not turning east as quickly. So the wind conditions, not as significant here. Storm surge, still a big issue. Rainfall with some localized flooding, still a potential big issue as well. I do not know, pimp juice boxes, if you could be more wrong. Jamaica spared the worst. If you mean like Kingston, yes, but travel over here and talk to someone who lost everything, and I think you'll get a sobering reminder of what this storm is really bringing. Anyone have any news directly out of Clarendon? I haven't heard anything specifically. Two p.m. is out. Okay, thank you. Let's zoom out, reset the scenario. Again, we're going to get a track update at the 2 o'clock advisory, which you're already saying, because my information comes from the United States Navy in coordination with the Hurricane Center. But we've already mentioned again, and I've said it several streams before, but the Hurricane Center will only provide track updates in the full advisories, which is Eastern Daylight Time, 11 a.m., 5 p.m., 11 p.m., 5 a.m. But they put the intermediate advisories out for updates on location and obviously changes to watches and warnings and things like that. But the Navy does have their updates during the intermediate advisories, and we do pull that data and the new track. So you do see that, we have an updated, more correct track now from this, but it still is showing a relatively decent push east with this storm. So we'll see if that holds together. Thank you, Shireen. I appreciate you very much. A first super on a live stream. Let's get the hearts out for Shireen. Thank you. All right, advisory time, 2 o'clock. (165), so it's come down a little bit. Northeast at 8 and 899 the pressure. So there has been some impacts to this storm, but the fact that we're still talking about a hurricane that has winds of 165 miles an hour and is still clear as a Cat 5 by a margin is still unprecedented to some degree, right? And still frightful. I'll put the new numbers in just a second. No changes to the watches and warnings. Again, hurricane warning, not only for Jamaica, but for Southeast Cuba, Southern and Central Bahamas. Haiti, under a tropical storm warning. Same thing for the Cuban province of Camagüey, if I pronounced that wrong, I apologize. And Turks and Caicos. So, again, hurricane conditions are likely in the Central and Southeast Bahamas and the southeast side of Cuba with Melissa. A turn toward the northeast is an increase in forward speed is expected later today, followed by a faster northeast motion on Wednesday and Thursday. The core Melissa will cross western Jamaica during the next few hours and then move back into the Caribbean Sea. After that, the center is expected to move across southeast Cuba early Wednesday morning and then move across southeastern and central Bahamas later on Wednesday, right? Continued weakening is expected while the center is over Jamaica. However, Melissa is expected to reach southeast Cuba as an extremely dangerous major hurricane. Now, major hurricane is Cat 3 or higher, right? So that could be anywhere from 115 mile an hour winds, though I doubt it's going to get that low, and then close to where it is right now. Probably somewhere in between Cat 3, even Cat 4 status. Hi, Kimberly. Thank you very much. I appreciate your 199 super chat as well. Let's get the hearts out for Kimberly. Appreciate you so much. Again, hurricane force winds extend out 30 miles. Tropical storm force winds 195, about 200 miles. So it's an expansive storm. And that is from one point in the storm. So 30 miles northeast. Probably a little bit less west, but still 20 to 25 miles west. So when you draw a totality line from east to west, your hurricane force winds are about, 55 miles from east to west. Minimal central pressure is 899. Again, catastrophic hurricane force winds are overspreading Jamaica within the eye wall of Melissa. Total structural failure is likely near the path of Melissa, especially in higher elevations where wind speeds atop and on the windward sides of hills and mountains could be 30% stronger. Do not venture out in the eye as the winds will rapidly increase on the backside. remember we talked about any area that actually gets the eye, right, will get the back end as well. So you get the brunt of the winds. For a brief respite, you get literally sunny and calm conditions. And then the back end of the eye wall hits you and you're right back into hurricane force winds at a snap of a finger. I have experienced it with a tropical storm, not a hurricane, being directly over the eye. And it is just as described. Calm, very, very quiet, and then the back end winds pick up. Again, rainfall totals of 15 to 30 inches. 40 inches for Haiti. Eastern Cuba, 10 to 20, locally up to 25. Still the same hazards as before for the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos. 5 to 10, rainfall Bahamas. 2 to 4, Turks and Caicos. Storm surge, again, 9 to 13 feet. Southern coast, 2 to 4, Montego Bay, that hasn't changed. 8 to 12 and locally higher for Southeast Cuba. 5 to 8 for the Southeast Bahamas for a storm surge, and 2 to 4 for Turks and Caicos. So yes, down the road, significant storm surge and hurricane impacts are likely for other areas, all right, along this path. And again, likely to emerge as still a low-end Cat 3 to a Cat 2 as it tries to move through the central southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos very late tomorrow. Thank you, Vibrin. Appreciate you. And again, apologize if I'm not pronouncing your handle just exactly correctly, but thank you so much. God bless you as well. Let's get the hearts out in chat for the $4.99 super thanks. Appreciate you so much for doing so. That's correct. It is amazing to think that you're adding 30% winds to some of the higher elevations of the western side of the island, but it's a possibility. And again, there are some inner core impacts when the storm is especially fully over land, right? So now we have the eye fully over land. Friction impacts are beginning to put a little bit of a toll on this. Let me get the newer information up on the screen for you guys as well. Interesting. Boy, just hitting that thing just locked me out of everything else. Fighting things back here. All right. Winds are 165. It is still an extremely powerful Category 5 hurricane, despite the fact that it is over land. Pressure still starts with an 8. This is an extremely deep, powerful hurricane. And it is moving right now to the north-northeast at 8 miles an hour. (165), pressure 899, north-northeast at 8. Now, again, let's take a look at this. On this track, and we have to just kind of see how this plays out, right? Is it more here? Is it more here? Is it more here? I think that's a little bit up in the air, but here's what I'm talking about. If this track were to be more just east of Montego Bay, the northern part of the eye only has another 20 miles to go to get back over water. So you're looking at 2 to 2.5 hours at most. It's only 1 o'clock local time, so you're looking at like 3:30 for the northern part of the eye to emerge. If it tracks more towards Falmouth at 8 miles an hour, you're looking at more of a 3-hour time frame for the beginning of the eye to begin to move offshore. But if it were to track any farther to the east, you just extend the time frame because it has a longer distance to travel. And obviously, if the eye wants to go inland more and east, worse conditions will spread through the central and portions of the eastern side of the island, with slightly better conditions Negril and Lucy, right along the immediate west coast. So it does matter for wind impacts where this eye goes, right? But remember, the wind field is very expansive too, my friends. Thank you, Tina. I appreciate you, first of all, for sending me some of that video, and obviously I appreciate the $10 super thanks as well. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Tina for supporting the channel in that way. Appreciate you guys very much. Thanks again for hitting the like button. Thank you for sharing this channel with your family, friends, anyone who thinks get anything out of it. Again, the most important thing today is to continue to pass along this vital information. I saw someone mentioned about a Montego Bay cam. If anyone has knowledge of a camera from a resort or something like that, just let us know in the comments section, okay? So if there's a, you know, we're not going to be able to take any live cam from ABC itself, but if anyone, you know, has, if they've been watching some kind of resort cam, just let us know. The waters overall in general have been ranging from 29 to 31 degrees Celsius in this area. So extremely strong, you know, or extremely warm. It's likely that the storm is not going to probably gather much strength, if any, between Jamaica and Cuba, because there's still going to be kind of land interaction on the south side of the storm and beginning to see land interaction on the north side of the storm. So overall, you know, slow weakening is likely, but still a Cat 4, Cat 3 at best coming into Cuba, you know, overnight and into Wednesday. 899 latest on the hurricane. Yes, indeed. Super heavy winds in Kingston. Really? Again, we've lost the sensor there. Well, some stronger winds, at least from our cameras. Now, it is going to be dependent on where you are. Obviously, the closer to the coastline that you are, the stronger the winds are going to be in that push of water from the harbor as well. You see, that is a boat there, right? Yeah. Just rocking up and down in those waves. Has anyone seen any bad damage anywhere in Jamaica since landfall? Absolutely, Sally, on the west side. If anyone is talking about, you know, the fact that maybe they didn't see the most significant part of this storm, just count your blessings. It's as simple as that, right? You know, who wants to, you know, do you really want to experience this? I promise you the answer is no. You know, the people who are being directly impacted by this storm, they're going to be devastated for a long time to come, and some may never even fully rebuild. That is how much destruction is coming with this storm and has already been seen and felt, right? You know, there's going to be, again, the Hurricane Center doesn't use this terminology very often when they discuss total structural failure within the eye. You know, that means the majority of structures are completely gone, down to the foundation, right? Some of the stronger concrete structures are likely to hold, but you're still going to lose roofs and windows with this, and then other infrastructure that isn't as hardened is likely to be completely and totally lost. You're welcome, Donnie. Heavy winds in St. Catherine. Yeah, you got to understand too that even as the eye passes you by, there is still significant wind and rain on the back end of this storm that will persist deep into this Tuesday, if not even overnight as well. I'm just going back through some of this video here. Just take a look at that video, my friends. So for the record, I did on purpose mute my mic because I wanted you guys to experience this without me trying to talk over it and garble over the audio. But you get the idea of what can be happening there. Got a couple more super chats to give thumbs up to. Thank you, Dead Alive Better. Appreciate you. Thank you, Fiona. Both big supporters of the channel. Let's get the hearts out for our friends. Thanks for those who have supported the channel in that way, who have become members of the channel. You guys are all awesome. I appreciate you so much. I'm here. I just wanted you guys to hear that. I didn't want to talk over it. That video is St. Elizabeth Parish. The 2 p.m. update is right here, right on top of your screen. Here in Hanover, Sandy Bay, is it Mount Peltier? Outside, heavy wind and rain. It sounds like thunder rolling. Yeah, and you make a very good point, Maria, that where we're going to have the hardest hit areas, we're likely to not get additional video from. And even when I showed you some of the video from some of the hardest hit areas, it wasn't their maximum. This was before the worst part of the storm moved in. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate you. Let's get the hearts out for Kimberly as well. Another $1.99 super chat. Dave says things have really picked up significantly in Roswell, Clarendon. Wind is extremely violent. So, again, as the storm has lifted inland now, the wind field is expanding a little bit, especially on the eastern side. Thank you, Gaming with Jamie. I appreciate you. I am not in Jamaica myself. I am in the United States, but this channel is dedicated to covering weather throughout the Caribbean and the Bahamas. Not only times like this, we're going to go live and we're going to cover these storms for you guys, but daily forecasts across this area as well. Yeah, to hit this home, we're going to get pictures and videos from the aftermath tomorrow, and I'll show those tomorrow. And we'll see, that what we've been describing and talking about has unfortunately come to fruition. And, we have a little bit of that already. Maria. Excuse me one second. $49.99 super thanks. Thank you so much, Maria. I appreciate that. That's a very kind gesture. Other than that, I don't know what else to say, but appreciate the support of the channel. Again, that all goes into the technology and everything we're doing on the channel as well. So thank you very much, Maria. Yeah, let's get those hearts out. That one deserves it big time. We adopted you, Rusty. You're officially Jamaican. Well, I appreciate that. That means a lot too, right? This is one reason why, started doing this channel with those who are also a part of the channel as well, is we had a desire to provide coverage like this to these areas throughout the Caribbean, throughout the Bahamas, in times of need. I don't just do this when there's the worst part. We talk about the daily forecast here, but we want you to know that when it's important, you can count on us. And so thank you for that. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that as well. Thank you, Juliet. Let's get the hearts out. And our goal is complete. And I appreciate that as well. So Juliet took us over the edge with the $9.99 super thanks there as well. You guys are awesome, and I appreciate all of that. 100% overall Kingston counting their lucky stars. We're not going to get the core hurricane winds in Kingston, all right? Still concerned about the flood, still concerned about the rain. Areas just west, we're hearing from St. Catherine and Clarendon parishes of a pickup of the wind, and where, as of right now, since the beginning of this storm, the worst weather is moving in. Now for the eye itself, again, the friction, the drier air is beginning to knock down this storm a little bit, right? But this might be throwing a couple of punches at Mike Tyson. Maybe he lets you hit you a couple of times, but ultimately, is there really big impacts to this storm? Unfortunately, sadly, because we've gone from 185 to 165, we're still at a Cat 5, right? We've lost 20 mile an hour wind speed in the last couple of hours, and we're still by a margin in Cat 5 status. And I've mentioned this many times, but it deserves mentioning again. You get to a point with winds with these storms and the practical destruction, unfortunately, there's very little change. Because if a structure is going to fail in 165 mile an hour winds, it's likely to fail in wind speeds that are much lower than that, right? When you get to less than 100, there can be some differences, but there is still significant total structural failure of most infrastructure with these kinds of winds that are moving in. Now, we have what is going to be a significant wind event in Cambridge. Right now, the inner core winds are beginning to move in. And even if they're down to just 150, and it is really stinking bad to say just 150, we have high-end Cat 4, low-end Cat 5 winds moving into that area as we speak. Savlamar, western side of the very significant winds, right? But still got brushed by the outer core, which were likely at least 120 in the Savlamar area. And then down the road, how is this going to track, right? How close do the inner core winds get to Montego Bay? Is Falmouth an area that could be under the potential direct impacts from the storm as well? All right, guys, again, appreciate everyone helping us to get to that goal. That's awesome. Coco Zen, by the way, I saw you as well. I don't want to forget you. Coco Zen with a $2. So thank you for that. Everything is appreciated. And Wes Brown, $1.99. In pounds, by the way. I love it. So thank you, Wes Brown. I'm going to go back over everyone here real quick. I want to make sure I forget no one because all of it matters. So thank you, Jim, Coco Zen, Shireen, Kimberly, Wes, Vibranium. Again, your handles are different. Tina, Dead of Life Better, Fiona, Kimberly again, Gaming with Jamie, Maria, and Julie for all of your support of the channel. Thank you, my friends. Well, Elkin, to answer your question, what ends up happening is that just basically there is likely some part of the building that has a little bit of a way for the wind to get in, right? And once the wind gets into that building, the pressure begins to drop a little bit, and then the pressure wants to try and equalize, and that's why you can have, the windows blow out. For the structure itself, the roof typically goes because you have overhanging parts of the roof, and as if this is the building, right? We're looking at this, and that wind hits that, and it comes up to the roof. It's going to try and lift it, and eventually it just peels it away. Which is, if you watch with a lot of the hurricane coverage and tornado coverage, the roofs look like it just peels from one side. Like a sardine can from one side of a building to the other, from one side of a home to the other, because there is a structural failure on one side with the windward facing side, and then it just gets ripped apart from there. But, again, that is likely in so many areas here as well. Will this affect St. Mary? It's going to bring some impacts to St. Mary, mainly in the form of rain. Right? Probably some stronger winds down the road. You're going to get into some of these squalls as well. But St. Mary is likely to avoid at least the core winds, the strongest winds from the hurricane. That is likely to be just a little bit farther west. Appreciate it, man. We're powering through. Tell your friends about the channel. The one thing I am really hoping for everyone, me as a meteorologist and for everyone on Jamaica, is that the radar on Jamaica doesn't get destroyed. Hopefully it can survive whatever wind that it's seeing at the site. The one thing that they need to do, though, is up their bandwidth on their website to be able to pull in that data, because unfortunately that has been down for a while. Trying to look at it now and show you guys if it's up, but it's basically just spinning blank. I don't have any video from Mobe, no. Thank you, Teresa. How are you? $1.99 super. Thanks. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Teresa. Appreciate that. Getting some video in right now, by the way, from Alma, Westmoreland. And also getting some video in from Montego Bay in the Lucy area, Unity Hall. So stand by for those, guys. Those are coming your way very shortly. Hey, Reyes, Rhea Eagle Wings, how you doing? Hey, Dr. B. Charles, good to see you too. Hey, Oscar, appreciate you. $2 in pounds, I love it. Let's get the hearts out for Oscar. Hey, T-Boss, how are you? My family's in the Falmouth area. You're providing crucial information. I'm on pins and needles. Well, first of all, appreciate the super thanks. Thank you very much. We'll keep you updated. You know, and hopefully they'll be as safe as they possibly can. Again, it stinks to talk about the fact that we are going to have a lot of infrastructure damage, but that comes along with a storm like this. The one thing we can avoid, the thing that we can do the best we can by getting this information out, is to have as little loss of life as possible. I would love to hear of no additional loss of life. Already heard of, unfortunately, a few fatalities during the preparations of this storm, but I don't want to hear any more. That would be my wish out of all of this, is that we have no loss of life additionally from this storm. So hopefully that ends up being the case. I hope everyone took this storm that seriously, especially on the western side of the island. Again, just tracking this, you know, we're more fortunate eastern sides of the island, Kingston included, but not everyone. There are extensive, you know, damage to a lot of the western side of the island occurring as we speak. I'm just double checking this video here, guys, real quickly as we're talking. All right, so it's going to be the first ones here. 003. All right. I'm going to load this up real quick, and we're going to have some video from some areas that are going to be directly impacted by this storm coming up. That looks like it's it too. Good. Oh, is this? All right. Where did I put those guys? Sorry, give me 1 second here, guys. Well, I can show you the one video, and then I'll look to see what I did with the other one. All right, so this video should be from I need to double check that this is right because I don't want to give you guys the wrong information. Did we only have one? This, I believe this is Unity Hall between Montego Bay and Lucy. From Amber. Amber, if you're watching, let me know if that's right. Somehow, we had a little bit in the way of some file issues. That's that same turn video, isn't it? All right. Once you send video in the drive, we should be good. We can pull it from there. Okay, so this is that video. Yes. Oh no, I didn't pull it in. Hang on. Why didn't that download? All right. What happened was, you know, like when you start with that, what happened was, for some reason that didn't go to the download that I expected. All right. Okay, there we go. So you guys are looking at some video right now, but I'm getting the newer video up for you here. Sometimes it might just take a second. We try and do it as streamlined as we possibly can, but when we're on live like this, it can get to be a little bit harder. Okay. All right, so this is again out of the Lucy area.
You can't really tell how breezy it is, but I used to have a bunch of trees here. Now they're on the ground. You can't really tell how breezy it is, but I used to have a bunch of trees here. Now they're on the ground.
All right. Just saw a roof blown off completely and I'm in Linstead. All right. Well, Negril, that video was between Montego Bay and Lucy, so hopefully it's a little bit better than that. Expecting, as this storm moves a little bit to the east, that things should be a little bit improved in your area overall. That would be in Negril, right? That would be a little bit better, you know, with the storm core trying to move a little bit farther east from Negril. I will try and adjust the audio as I can, guys. I know that some of them might be loud, but each of them is individual and there's a lot going on behind the scenes, but I'll do the best that I can. Black River, White House, parts of Westmoreland severely impacted. The JPS building in Black River is gone. Yeah, we actually have some pictures and video of that as well. Again, you can see some of this video here coming sideways. This was up in Trelawney. St. Elizabeth a little bit earlier as well. Julie says from the Bloomfield, Savlamar area, Westmoreland, that her cousin lost his entire roof. So you get the idea of those who were wondering about Savlamar. Here's an update that we have at least one homeowner that has completely lost the roof. And unfortunately, that likely is to be, again, a pretty common occurrence, unfortunately, with this storm. That we're going to get a lot of those kinds of reports near where the core winds have gone. Power lines down in Portland. So, I mean, you know, Portland, far east side of the island, power lines down. And again, some impacts will be felt across the entire island. This is Montego Bay. And again, a little bit earlier. So likely conditions freshening over Montego Bay. Hurricane force winds expected in Spanish Town? No, I do not believe so. Would not expect hurricane conditions in Spanish Town, sustained winds. That's going to be sustained winds of over 74 miles an hour, guys, but I'm not expecting that. But could there be fresher winds and still the highest conditions to come into your area? Yes, that is a possibility.
It is. But I used to have a bunch of trees here.
Again, same video we just saw here. I'm going to try and kill some of the stronger audio. I believe this was in St. Elizabeth earlier. And again, you guys just keep sending us the video. We'll keep trying to put it in as much as we can. You got it, Sheree. My pleasure. Oh, unfortunately, you know, roof damage is going to be total in some areas where almost every structure loses that. This, again, was the Jamaican Public Service Black River office, St. Elizabeth. I just stilled it because it was such a short video. But you can see the destruction of the roof there. And again, all of the metal just twisted. Even some of the support structure is bent. Shows you how powerful the storm was as it came through. And this was the Black River Hospital as well. And again, you can see the power lines down and the water just coming in sheets at this point in time. Renee says, and in Hanover, it doesn't look good. Shop roof gone, house roof, and a lot of wind. That is not good. You know, again, Hanover Parish is likely one that will see more significant wind impacts coming up. A look to what's happening closer to Kingston. Again, really good to see that the wind impacts here just haven't been as significant, right? It's the storm surge. It's some of the heaviest, it's the storm surge. It's some of the heavy rain that could still cause some problems. But obviously, we have been able to avoid the core winds here in Kingston. If you do live in the Kingston area, you know, count your blessings as far as that goes. Now, there's still impacts. We're still going to have, you know, some destructive wave and wind action there. And we continue to see that in a couple of spots. Again, we've had, you know, some pictures coming here of some flooding in the Old Harbor area. That's what it looks like. It's a picture, it's not a video, but you can see the water and how high it is, you know, up in this metal fencing area and the concrete wall behind, and then just some of the natural areas that are just continuing to flood. And so that's going to be a big problem. The next full update from the Hurricane Center will be at 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, 4 o'clock Jamaican time. You're welcome, Ryan. St. Lucia in the house. Good to see you. Hope everyone's doing well there as possibly can. Obviously, St. Lucia, things are much quieter than our friends in Jamaica for sure. Okay, start to get major winds in the northwest side of St. Andrew. So there you go. A little bit farther inland, a little bit farther away from Kingston, we're starting to get some stronger winds. Antoinette, says, my family received power from Black River. They won't have power now for months. After Barrow, it took 1 month to get back power. Not sure this time. Gives you an idea, right, of the fact that the infrastructure loss is likely to be devastating and prolonged for many areas. You know, I've shown this graphic now at least 3 days in a row, and it all still applies to so many areas of Western and Central Jamaica. And if you have not seen these instances so far, consider yourself very, very lucky. Again, ongoing threat for all of this, the significant flash flooding and the moving of water, the life-threatening storm surge as well, the infrastructure damage. Again, we're hearing about more homes and businesses losing roofs and windows and just other structural failure, long duration power and communication outages for days, if not weeks, landslides and mudslides to accompany the fast-moving water from higher terrain to lower terrain, roads that are washed away, and total isolation of some communities, and even just some homes as well, right? Those homes that are out by themselves, more rural areas, maybe one dirt road in and out, fast-moving water over that washes it away, maybe impossible to travel, even in more urban areas with debris flows as well. You know, debris from all of this vegetation that's getting knocked around and significant trees that'll be lost with these kinds of winds. You know, just even trying to get out and about until that debris is closed could be virtually impossible, and that could take days as well. So make sure, and I hope you have, because obviously the time is gone for any additional preparations for the non-perishables, the water, have those batteries charged up. If you're still in the path of the damaging winds, make sure you do have your shoes on. If you want to take an extra precaution step, I know it sounds extreme, but put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. You want to wear a bike helmet, some kind of protective headgear. Again, the last thing you want is there to be a window broken and some shattered glass headed your way, or then some flying projectile move in. And I want to be clear, when we are talking about winds that are Category 5, light and even medium weight objects become flying projectiles with a storm of this intensity. So it is a serious matter. And even the Hurricane Center kicks it up one more notch and says, you want to take a mattress and put that between you and the outside to protect yourself, do it. That is the extreme situation that we're in the western sides of Jamaica at the hour. So again, we're clearly seeing the eye being impacted by this. Now, it's going to hold together. It's still going to be a dominant storm when it comes offshore. You know, what the maximum winds will be, you know, do we knock it down to a Cat 4? That would be great. But within this core and even this shrinking eye, the sustained winds are still Cat 5, and that went right over Cambridge. If anyone knows anyone in the Cambridge area, they just took a direct hit from the worst part of the storm, the literal northern eye wall going over the Cambridge area right now. We'll see how close it gets to Montego Bay. That is going to be a very close brush. We'll see how close it gets to Falmouth as well. Again, moving north-northeast at 8, so it stayed in that forward speed of the high single digits, 7, 8, 9 miles an hour since, you know, daybreak this morning. That likely is going to keep the core of the storm for about another 2 hours over the island, and maybe a little bit longer if it tracks east, because it's just a longer duration as far as travel over the interior sections of the island. Anywhere east of that, up to 30 miles, hurricane sustained winds of over 74 miles an hour. You still are going to have tropical storm winds to the eastern side of the island, still significant rainfall for everyone. And again, the one thing that we're seeing in the chat right now is that more and more of you are discussing that you're seeing the worst conditions that you've had the entire time. Thank you. Again, I want to get the name right. Shares Fee 8. Again, your handles. Can I just call you Share? I hope I can. Thank you for the $15 super chat. Let's get the hearts out, guys. Appreciate you so much. And again, Maria with the awesome $49.99 super chat. Super thanks. Appreciate all the support of the channel. Appreciate you guys just being with me. I really do. And let me take just one quick second to say that it means a lot that you find enough from this channel and from the coverage we're providing to spend part of your day with me, right? You know, the fact that you're choosing to watch this channel to get your information tells us that we're doing something right. So I do appreciate you, thinking enough of us to tune in. And we hope that we're providing you the coverage that you're looking for. So the eye is changing because, again, it is over land. Friction, right? Now we have drier air being pulled in. There's a lot of different terrain. Remember, the ocean is very smooth, right? The smooth waters allow that storm to get as strong as it is, right? There's no friction. There's no drier air. Well, now the interaction of drier air is causing there to be some changes to the inner core structure. But ultimately, again, how much does it change? What are the top winds as it emerges? We know that regardless of how the land interaction is going to impact the storm, we still have major hurricane conditions through all of the western side of Jamaica, right? But down the road, what does it look like as it heads towards Cuba? How far east does it go? How far east do the winds spread, right? There will be wobble wobbles all the time. You got it, Cher. And thank you for being a member of the channel as well. I see that your name is in green, so I appreciate you becoming a member also. All right. I am going to take an extremely quick break. When I get back, we're going to reset. We're going to look at some of the video. We're going to get the rest of the island prepared and just see exactly how long this storm is going to stay over Jamaica. So we'll do that in just 1 second here. I gave you the preview of, hey, I'm going to take a quick break, but let me bring up our music for you guys. And we'll pop this up and I'll see you back in just 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I just crushed half of a cinnamon roll faster than I think you've ever seen a human eat a half of a cinnamon roll. And why at 2:54 in the afternoon would I be eating a cinnamon roll? Quite honestly, it was the first thing that I saw in the kitchen. It was on the counter. I said, perfect. I shoved it into my face as if I hadn't eaten in weeks, and tried to come back up here as fast as possible. Good to see you guys. We're going to reset the scene here as we head towards the 3 o'clock hour Eastern Daylight Time, the 2 o'clock hour in Jamaica. And again, if you guys are just tuning in, appreciate you with our ongoing coverage of Major Hurricane Melissa, with winds as of last check 165 miles an hour. Now we'll see if the Hurricane Center is still going to give us hourly updates or not. Sometimes they continue to do that even after landfall. Sometimes they don't. So, we might get an update. And what I would assume from this update, by the way, is whenever we get this next, the winds are going to be a little bit lower, right? The winds are likely to be slightly lower than what we have been seeing because we continue to have the interaction with land at this point in time. So we'll see if we get an update, and if not, those are going to be the numbers that are the latest from the Hurricane Center. So let's talk about the structure of this storm and what it looks like right now. Again, we're losing a bit of the eye, and that's simply because the storm has been now fully over land for about an hour or so. So the friction and the drier air coming in with land interaction always knocks down storms. That's why when we have landfall, we see the storms begin to lose some of their integrity, right? Friction, there's all kind of terrain, and higher elevations as well, compared to the very smooth waters, relatively speaking, of the ocean. Now, the problem is that we've had significant damage, and we've looked at some of the video, and I'll show you more coming up, in southwest Jamaica, where a Category 5 hurricane, made landfall a couple of hours ago. The center is now near the Cambridge area and is likely to continue traveling in a north to northeast fashion, continuing to be over the island, by the way, for at least the next couple of hours, likely not emerging fully off of the northern coastline until late this afternoon, potentially even into the early evening hours. But with a forward progress north-northeast and the fact that it's not going over the widest part of the island, we're likely to see the eye emerge off of the northern coast. And already, if you see these darker colors here, there's already some stronger conditions coming back in towards Montego Bay. Obviously, want to hear from you guys. Let me know in the comments section below where you're viewing from, what the weather is like in your area right now. If you live on Jamaica, what are you experiencing at this point in time? What have you guys heard? We've sent you the links as to where you want to send some pictures and videos. You can absolutely still do that for us as well. So again, this storm moving north-northeast at around 8. So let's put a pause on this, and again, just beginning to see that eye shrink up, right? So there is some inner core structural changes ongoing with the storm, which will lower the overall maximum winds. But look how much of the storm is offshore, right? This is the core of the storm, but only a small part of the storm that's really being, impeded by Jamaica. And I'm still expecting this to be a very powerful, dangerous hurricane as it tracks north towards Cuba later tonight and as we get into tomorrow as well. So looking at the storm as we speak and looking at where it could go from here, if it wants to head up towards Montego Bay, right, or just east of Montego Bay, the inner core winds are now within an hour of getting towards that shoreline. So anywhere near the Montego Bay area, the weather will continue to go downhill. We have a 2 to 4 foot storm surge forecast for that area. And we would likely to start to see the northern eye wall begin to move offshore here in about an hour. Now, if the track is a little bit more east and is trying to get a little bit closer to the Falmouth area, we're likely to see the inner core winds stay over land for at least the next hour and a half, based on a north-northeast movement at 8. Now, if we go to the actual eye of the storm, not just the inner core winds, and we do the same thing, we're looking at just under 2 hours for the central part of the storm to move near Montego Bay or just east. And if we're talking about the Falmouth area, we're likely a little bit beyond 2 additional hours for the actual center of the storm to emerge off of the coastline. So that will answer your question there, hopefully, Juanita. Now, again, let me be very clear. That is half of the storm, okay? There is still potential significant impacts with this storm on the back end of it, all right? Still potential significant impacts on the back end. However, the winds on the south side are likely to not be as strong. The winds will be steady and persistent, again, picking up behind the center of circulation moving in. They'll be in a completely different direction. Remember, this is a counterclockwise storm. So all of the winds on the east side of the storm were feeding in from the east. Now as the storm begins to move away, winds will be starting to turn out of the west and even the southwest. The one thing that'll be more persistent is that the winds will stay out of the south on the east side of the storm, and that's why I'm still concerned about the storm surge even as far east as Kingston away. Now, again, most of St. Catherine, but especially St. Andrew and Kingston and Portland and St. Thomas, and even most of St. Mary parishes are likely to not experience hurricane force winds, right? The hurricane force winds at this point in time extend outward from 30 miles. Let me be clear, just because the inner core is beginning to shrink doesn't necessarily mean that the hurricane force winds are pushing back in as well. Sometimes when these storms go under this metamorphosis, the inner core does collapse, and then you see an expansion of those winds out. They lose a bit of their strength as they mushroom out from the center of the storm, but they then encompass an even larger area. So there is still some inherent problems, even if this storm is beginning to see the inner core lose a bit of its integrity. It's going to emerge off of this coastline, still is a very powerful storm. As soon as the center gets back on shore, it's going to regenerate some. This is not a situation where we have enough land interaction to appreciably knock this storm down, to a category much lower than what it is at this point in time. Chai says Montego Bay is getting destroyed. So are you there right now? The back part can be quite powerful. Not as strong, but still fairly strong. Look, there's a lot of people, there are some people who do some kind of live streaming coverage of this. I don't watch anyone else, do my own thing here. But when I hear a comment that other people on platforms are talking about Cat 6s and 7s, it makes me a little bit angry. Because the disinformation out there is real and it's hard to combat, but you have to choose who you trust. That's up to you. That's your responsibility, right? Whether you want to follow someone who talk about a Cat 6 or a Cat 7 storm, or, someone, I would hope that you would put your trust in me with my experience, and how I present these storms. But, that does anger me a bit because I know that the disinformation is real out there, and sometimes fighting that disinformation is a lot more energy and time that I want to put into, on a daily basis. But it's out there for sure. If anyone can communicate with Montego Bay, let us know. Rain's starting to pick up in Kingston a little bit. All right. Maria says, I can't get a hold of anyone in Montego Bay. Okay, getting additional. Theo says there's fallen trees in the Linstead area in St. Catherine. So even as far east as St. Catherine, we're getting something there. Getting some new video too. So again, it'll take me just a minute to get that in for you all, but I appreciate your patience. Also some video from the Savlamar Hospital from Mario. Okay. All right. So again, take just 1 second to get that in for you guys, but we're streamlining the process, as they say. Let's see here. Okay, Little Park, St. Elizabeth. Okay, now the one thing about how we're streamlining this though is, oh, I might have to refresh. I'm talking to myself. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. I actually have a lot of different videos here, which is great. $251, yeah. So these are going to be new. All right. Just got to work our way through it, as they say. But some of this video, I just saw some previews. Yeah, it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. And I do appreciate you guys taking a quick second and renaming them, the area. That actually helps as well. Because then I know for sure, I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm not sure why someone would send a video and think that we wouldn't preview it ahead of time. Come on now. We're not that dumb. Okay, I want to show that one first. Oh, there goes a roof. Okay. Stand by. I want to make sure this is the right location. All right. Fortunately, there's a lot of things behind the scenes, and because some of these file names are just different, if someone who took this video can let me know where this is, I want to make sure I get it right, but there goes the roof. And you notice that it's the peeling action that I've mentioned, right? This is the peeling action of these roofs. I'm going to knock down the audio, but the wind gets underneath one edge of the roof and then just lifts it. All right? So this is the kind of wind. And again, does that look like it is 150 mile an hour winds. No, it's not. It doesn't take that much to do this. And again, in infrastructure that's not hardened, you know, that looks to be a fairly flat, mainly metal roof. So the winds come in, they get underneath that, and there's lift created because of that, and it peels it away. That's Sav Lamar? Okay. So that is the Sav Lamar Hospital. Okay. I did see a video from Sav Lamar Hospital. Wasn't sure that this was it. All right, people saying that's the Sav Hospital. Okay, and that is what it was labeled. Just in the back end, there's a lot of different file names. And obviously, you know, you guys know this area. You guys know what the Sav Lamar Hospital looks like. You know, so I appreciate you guys coming in and letting me know. Hey, Hammer Down, appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's get the hearts out for Hammer Down 3000. $10 Canadian super chat. Appreciate you very much. My friend works there. The hospital is so important to that community. And that's what stinks, man. Like so many of very important community buildings, you know, hospitals and churches and even schools are likely to be damaged significantly, right? Even if structurally walls and foundations are sound, loss of roofs, loss of windows, you know, tree damage, power line damage. I mean, it's just going to take so much to rebuild in a lot of these spots. And again, you know, we're talking about a storm that at the peak had 185 mile an hour winds. And this wind is nowhere near that. This wind is nowhere near that right now. You know, I would put this at minimal hurricane force strength. I mean, it's not as if we've got this just rocking wind. We have seen plenty of other videos today where the wind has been stronger than this. But again, you know, it can be a cumulative effect. Strong wind gusts can weaken, you know, roofs, especially if they're not, you know, really down on some of the, beams and just, they're just not as structurally sound, right? And especially the overhanging roofs where that wind can just get in and underneath. I've seen it so many times, right? You know, where that wind just gets right underneath that roof and peels it away. Hello, Bleeze. How are you doing? I'm going to load up some more video for you guys while you look at that. There's one other video here. Okay, so this is the Sav Lamar Hospital. Okay. I think we got it. And then, I guess I'm missing one, and I apologize. There's one other video I wanted to show, but I think it got lost in the... Yeah, kind of got lost in the wind here. Might have been the same kind of video, though, both from Sav Lamar. Anyway, keep sending them in, guys. I appreciate it. Hey, Whistle, thanks for being a supporter of the channel by becoming a supporter. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Whistle. Whistle Binky is 84 if we're being specific. All right. Let me jump out of this. But obviously this video continues to tell the story. Let's keep up with the storm. What's happening now? Be a little bit harder to track that we're losing the integrity of the eye. But inner core winds are still expected to be major hurricane strength. Notice that there is even some lightning. Maybe it's only a strike or two, but there's a little bit of lightning still associated with this. So we're just inland now from Cambridge and a little bit east of Montego Bay, but not by much. And again, the monster storm that it is, hundreds and hundreds of miles wide, still bringing some significant impacts in the form of some rain and some storm surge out east as well. Strong winds in Kingston, St. Andrew right now. Okay, thank you, Wendy. We'll take a look at that video here in just a minute as well. Go back over and check out Kingston. Well, that's what you got to think about, right? If the east is starting to get hit pretty hard, what are they seeing out west? And that's some of the video that we're showing you guys. I like it all, Marie. Let's keep united. The more we're prepared, we'll have more chances to survive. I like it. Sales Only says large power lines and poles are rocking. Yes, they are. I appreciate all those who have found ways to support the channel today. That means a lot. Appreciate you thinking enough of the channel to spend your day with me. For those interested in the track, again, we're going to get a 5 o'clock update. Now, the center line is going to be from the Hurricane Center, and the cone is going to be from the Navy, but they all kind of end up being in an agreement here, guys, right? It was just an update of where the storm actually is right now. The problem is that this is likely to be a major hurricane as it moves towards Cuba as we get into late tonight, but especially overnight through Wednesday. So we have the hurricane warning here, and then we have a hurricane warning for the central and the southeast Bahamas. Still is likely a Category 2 hurricane, still going to bring 5 to 10 inches of rain and maybe that kind of storm surge as well, a couple of feet of storm surge, maybe even 4 to 8 feet of storm surge. So I'll be monitoring the situation in these areas under hurricane warnings. You guys know that. Tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch for Turks and Caicos. But once this exits Jamaica, it's still certainly a powerful and impactful storm for other areas as well. We'll begin in southeast Cuba tonight and then move through the Bahamas later in the day on Wednesday. And we haven't had much time to talk so far about just the continued heavy rain in Haiti. Again, my friends, they're likely to get 40 inches of rain in some of these areas. Dead or Alive Better, you lost a coconut tree in your yard. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Unfortunately, a lot of vegetation loss is likely to come with this storm, but it stinks, man. Something like that. Luckily we'll be able to replant, reproduce, but having to go through it, any kind of personal loss, can be a big headache. And just, sad, right? You worked hard, but, I don't want there to be loss of life. That's my most important thing. And it stinks to hear about some of this damage that we're seeing, but we know that with this kind of a storm comes that kind of damage. People were talking about how things are kicking up a little bit near Kingston. So let's get back to those cameras. Certainly, there's a lot more jump on these cameras right now from Sea Jamaica than what we've had, right? Top right hand side is going to be Kingston Harbor. Notice that the visibility is basically toast. I believe we're still looking at halfway tree on the top left-hand side. And I know how we are in the bottom left. And then on the bottom right, that's crossroads. But yes, certainly things have picked up and kicked up a notch in the Kingston area. You know, just real good squalls. Now, not hurricane force winds by any stretch of the imagination here, right? But certainly picking up a bit as well. I want to thank RCA6579 for the $20 super chat. Let's get the hearts out for RCA6576 for that super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It says, thank you for all of your hard work and keeping all of us informed. Well, I appreciate that. Really, really heartfelt thank you for that. And I believe we also had, we had Whistlebink. Okay, I knew we had a supporter. That was Whistlebinky. RCA 6576. And then Dead of Life Better. Rusty, have more about life. Keep up the good work. I'm with you too, man. I hear you. Thanks for letting me know, though. Again, you know, that information helps. We know that, you know, we're continuing to get additional damage in other areas, and Dead Alive Better, definitely, man. From what I know about you just through these streams, I can see that absolutely being the case. And that's a great philosophy to have in life, by the way, as well. So Michael's saying Kingston is ripping. Hey, Wilfred, how you doing? Belize in the house. Great to see you. Again, if you guys do have any additional, I'm on camera. If you guys do have any additional videos, Noble Pills has put the direct link. You can still email me. Both are fine. You know, it's just different steps to get there. But either way is acceptable. But we throwing that in to allow you guys to be able to directly link to us here. And what I need to do a better job of is keeping that folder open. I'm a very decluttered guy. So like when I'm done using something, I like to just close the window, and I need to keep this open. .306 Sav Lamar. Here's Sally. That's empty. Okay. I might have pulled that video already. That might be the video that I'm missing, but it was another Sav Lamar video anyway. Anything on how long it'll take to pass over Jamaica? So we're still looking at more than likely about 2 hours over the island, the actual core of the storm, then emerging off of the coastline. But it will take many, many hours beyond that. Let me be clear. Many, many hours beyond that for the back end of the storm to completely move away. There are going to continue to be impacts nearly island-wide deep into this evening, if not even overnight. Yes, the eye and the core winds move away, but the back end of that storm is still quite powerful and will still continue to provide enough rainfall for additional flash flooding and enough wind to cause additional infrastructure problems, right? And the storm surge, especially on the east side, will continue. Obviously, tidal cycles will have some part in this, but until the storm fully moves away, we're not going to get a lot of the receding of the water even on the shorelines. This is going to be a big issue the remainder of today. Watching from St. Anne, appreciate you tuning in. Michael, you uploaded a bunch of new videos to the drive. Okay, I'll check it out. I was just there. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. While I'm doing that, let's check out, again, what's going on here. You know, the visibility is so much lower in the harbor right now, right? You can barely see anything in the harbor at this point in time. So if nothing else, we've really picked up some additional wind because that's just blinding some of those camera shots. And Michael, I do appreciate you naming them. It makes it a little bit easier too. Yeah. See Jamaica's channel, even they're having some power issues there. Again, appreciate letting us use that on a limited basis. All right. Probably take this one video at a time because I just dumped in a lot. Yeah. Okay. So Michael says that this is a friend of his in Black River. You guys are seeing this, right? Look at that water, guys. Holy crap. This is the concern. Look at that water. Again, Michael says this is a friend of his in Black River. So this is near Landfall. I want anyone who says that Jamaica didn't have any issues to come look at this video. And if you didn't experience this, you just consider yourselves quite lucky, because this is horrible. Tough to look at, actually. Because you know that's just, we talked about the total devastation, guys. This is it. That water, that height, that wind, it's a deadly combination. It's a destructive combination. Wendy, I did, and I apologize. Yours might have been the one that got lost in the ether. If you would like to send again, please do. Thank you, Sally. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate Michael sending this in. Said it's from a friend of his in Black River. I'm going to load up his next video while you guys keep looking at that real quick. We'll just kind of go one by one here. Oh, what happened to the one? Jake's Treasure. Okay. Next one is going to be Jake's Treasure Beach. I'm going to stop talking and see if you guys can hear this audio, okay? So you guys see this, right? Santa Cruz bypass. A river of muddy water. Cars absolutely just stuck in all of this. I realized I have mine. I was listening to the audio with you guys on my tablet. It's no local flash flooding. Santa Cruz is somewhat inland, I believe, right? Now, could there be a little bit of a push of water? Yes. But the problem is a lot of that is your localized flash flooding. It's tough to look at, guys. Again, Santa Cruz, if I'm not mistaken, is here. I mean, so relatively speaking, somewhat away. And when you're talking about, I want to make sure my mic's on here. When you're talking about some of the higher terrain areas here, right? And we talked about the western hills and the lower valley areas, rushing water like that is what happens. It's the problem, right? Yeah, absolutely, with the Black River, right? And a surge there and the push of water inland too. There are local effects and impacts, right? You know, I have a fairly solid understanding of, but that being said, there are still some local impacts as far as terrain and flow with some of the river basins and some of the hills and the valleys that, you know, you guys who live in that area know better than I do. But I just know that with a storm like this, the impacts are going to be significant and felt very wide, and probably to an extreme more than most have ever seen in that area, and probably well more than anyone has ever seen in that area. Okay? So that's what this storm is doing as we speak. How far in the island is the eye right now? The eye, we're losing a little bit of the signature because of the interaction with land, but it is located right about here, just northeast of Cambridge. It has moved through the Cambridge area. It is just southeast of Montego Bay. The maximum winds are likely to fall a little bit more as the storm continues to interact with land. The friction, the drier air being ingested into the storm knocks it down, which is why we're losing the signature of the eye. But let me be clear, we're not losing the overall integrity of the storm. And while the storm will emerge off of Jamaica as a slightly weaker storm, it is still going to be a very powerful major hurricane as it moves closer to southeast Cuba tonight. So, you know, some of the higher end winds are coming down, but not by much. That hurricane is going through what they call cockpit country, a highly vegetative area. All right, thank you, Dead of Life Better. You know, and unfortunately, again, with these winds, it's going to strip everything bare. Going to strip everything absolutely bare. Do you know what the highest wind gust recorded with this storm or ever? I mean, with this storm, I don't know gust. We know that officially it made landfall with 185 mile an hour winds. Now, we may never know because there's likely no reporting station whatsoever that can handle that kind of wind that was there. Potentially a storm spotter, someone who had advanced equipment might be there and pick up, you know, the most maximum wind, and I'll check the storm reports and see, but it's not going to surprise me that some areas, whether recorded or not, had wind gusts of over 200 miles an hour when this storm came in, which is unbelievable to be discussing. But that storm was just getting stronger. The Hurricane Center just kept increasing the winds before landfall all the way up to 185. And now you're seeing what we've been talking about the last couple of days, guys. You know, the worst case scenario unfortunately came true. You know, we hoped for the best, we prepared for the worst. We knew that this was a scenario based on all the information we had the last several days, right? You know, hopefully everyone in this area got as prepared as they possibly could, and they took it seriously. You know, that's the other thing. You can hear the information, and sometimes you don't take it seriously. You don't believe it's going to happen. Unfortunately, this time it did, and this storm was even higher than what the strongest models had this. If you guys remember 2 days ago, we were looking at the HAFS-A model when the storm was about 946 millibars, and it had it at 913, and we were like, ooh, that's a pretty good drop, but it's plausible if it wants to get to Cat 5, if it's going to, there's no environmental hindrance to it continuing to grow. What plummeted from there down to 892, right? So it busted that highest intensity pressure-wise by 20 millibars. Again, a lower pressure is stronger. The fact that this storm moved on shore with a beginning number of 8 makes it one of the strongest hurricanes in recorded history. I'm very worried about the flooding. I'm worried about the flooding everywhere. Two more hours or more for the eye to leave? Yeah, probably. Video shows Sav Lamar Hospital losing some roofs. Yes. You're going to find people refusing to evacuate everywhere across the world. Happens in the United States, happens anywhere, right? It's just, people just, for whatever reason, they refuse not to. Okay, thank you. St. Brandsburg between Montego Bay and Falmouth looks like exit if it stays on its current course. Possibly, yes. It's a little bit going to be harder and diffuse to tell, but yes, kind of just east of Montego Bay, Falmouth area, that is a possibility for sure, yes. Well, the flooding is island-wide as a possibility, right? I did make some maps here regarding that, right? Excuse me one second here, guys. Okay. All right. So again, now let me be clear. These wind numbers this far east are wrong at this point in time. All right. This was, this map should be a little bit farther west for the landfall farther west. But the rain and the storm surge are absolutely still in play, where the eastern side of the island is 15 to 30 inches of rain. Okay. There is still much more to come in some spots. We can't ignore the back half of the storm. We do focus a lot on that center because we saw what that eye was doing to areas of the western side of the island. But don't let your guard down on the east side of the island. Am I having a stern voice? I don't know. I'm really tired, but I hope I am. Okay? You can't let your guard down out here because the flooding risk is still going to be extremely elevated at least through tomorrow until the back end of the storm fully pulls away. And then and only then we can see just how high the water level is. And there's many areas where it is going to take a long time to recede. So it's still a big problem. I'm really glad the wind, and it's freshening some as far east as Kingston, but I'm glad the winds haven't been as impactful here, but we've still got the rain and we still have the localized storm surge of a very big issue. There's a lot of flooding issues here in parts of these areas as well. When we go out west, again, west of the center of circulation, we were still picking up 120 to 140 mile an hour winds in the Sav Lamar area. Likely to get the 90 to 20 Montego Bay, 90 to 120 Montego Bay west. However, it's a little bit closer approach than when I made this graphic, so those numbers could be slightly lower. We should probably prepare for triple-digit winds in this area, especially in Trelawney Parish. Rainfall totals here, and again, sometimes the amount of rain is one factor, but how fast does it fall is the second, right? If you get 10 inches of rain, an inch an hour, you're not going to have nearly as much flash flooding as if you get 10 inches of rain in 2 hours and you get 5 inches an hour, because that's so much more water in so little of an area in short amount of time. So the amount of rain that the southwest side of the island and now building interiorly has seen is a tremendous problem, right? And again, this is a huge amount of rain, 250 to 625 millimeters locally. And the storm surge, you saw that even west of the eye with some of the video, the storm surge is significant, and we're still not seeing the worst of it. You know, that Black River video is appalling and shocking, and that, I promise you, is much more of a widespread occurrence than what we're able to see right now. The fact that we're even getting any video out of some of these areas is actually astounding. But it does help tell the story, and you know, those folks are sheltering in place and they're just looking out their door and they're seeing a torrent of water that powerful moving in. So again, you know, three-pronged, you know, historic impacts to the island: the wind, the rain, the storm surge. Yeah, look, you know, river basins, tributaries, everything coming together will add to some of that flooding, right? It is localized, and you guys even know those areas better than I do, right? But certainly higher terrain to lower terrain to where the river basins are, you know, that flooding could be quite extensive. We'll take a look at what's going on in Kingston. Again, the visibility much poorer in the harbor, indicative of more rain and wind. The water elevation continues. These urban shots from Halfway Tree are going to be a little bit harder to, you know, get an idea of the wind, but from time to time you can see a palm tree here and there kind of dancing, or, you know, some little thing there in those cameras. I promise you the wind is a lot stronger. If you know, look in the top right-hand side of your screen, you can see that some of those trees are dancing. Now, these are 40, 50 mile an hour winds for the most part, but locally higher gusts than that. And if you guys do live in Kingston, let me know what's going on in your area. I do want to go back, and we're going to pull in some more video here in a minute, guys. I want to make sure I find this video. All right, there it is. For some reason, it went away for just a second on my end. So you guys are seeing the cameras still. Again, this is from Black River. If you guys are just tuning in, I want you to look at this video. I mean, I'm going to assume this is just a peephole of a door or some kind of small circular opening. You can kind of see the outer gate leading to the street. And then you have what looks like the Colorado River Rapids behind them. It's an unbelievable amount of water, and it's unbelievably fast. Again, this is the Black River area. It's true that no amount of preparation can get you fully prepared for this. That is absolutely true. You can be as prepared as you possibly can be, but it's hard to prepare for this. You know, you just hope that you are safe during this storm, and you know that you can rebuild all the property. But imagine getting caught in any of this. That's the problem. That's why I was stressing so hard the last couple of days about having to take this storm seriously, because if you weren't prepared or you didn't understand what could be coming your way, you might have been caught off guard as to this kind of destruction in Jamaica. And that area being below sea level doesn't help Dead of Life better. I mean, obviously lower areas, and that's one reason why. Remember, you know, all of this water is just being affected by gravity, and it's being pulled into the lower levels, right? It's all going into the basins, and it's eventually trying to stream out, you know, and back into the ocean and continue the cycle. But how much rain falls in these areas and how narrow those basins are and how, you know, quickly that gradient drops, right? You know, if it's a quick gradient from higher elevation to lower elevation, the water's moving faster. But all of this comes in with the wind. You can see the wind, right, is pushing the water as well. You know, this water is going the same direction as the winds are at this point in time in this video. Thank you, Mr. Dane. Appreciate you. Okay. As you can see, as I was doing my talking, I hit a slightly wrong button on my weather computer. But we can reset the shot. And again, I'll pull in a little bit more video here coming up in just a second. The concentric circles that you guys see is going to be my system giving you where the strongest winds are going to be. The blue are going to be your tropical storm force sustained winds. So I want to be clear that as this storm begins to accelerate, the tropical storm force winds are likely to expand. And even way down the road, our friends in Bermuda are likely to get some kind of either hurricane or tropical storm force conditions there. So there are so many other areas that will be impacted by this storm. One thing I can tell you for sure is there will never be another hurricane named Melissa. You know, just like Beryl and Helene and Milton last year, this storm will be retired for good reason. We don't ever want to have to talk about a Melissa again. But this storm, unfortunately, is not done with its path of destruction. You know, I think Southeast Cuba is in store for significant storm surge, for significant rain. We'll have to watch out for hurricane conditions down the road in the central and southeast Bahamas, maybe late tomorrow or Thursday, just depending on the exact timing and location and track. Turks and Caicos will likely get close to hurricane conditions, but see significant tropical storm conditions, and storm surge will be an issue in all of the areas that I've already mentioned. My dad is just west of Mobe. Thanks for the updates and videos. Appreciate everyone doing communication. Yes, I appreciate it as well. The storm itself, again, we're losing a little bit of the signature. You know, I would put it right now kind of southeast St. James, maybe southwest Trelawney. It's north of Cambridge. It's right here, right? Again, you know, as the storm is now fully over land, we are getting the friction to cause some problems, but it's right about here. That's where the core winds are, right? So that's where our eye is at this point in time, which is, again, a little bit more being consolidated down and getting a little bit of that central dense overcast to come back over it as well. If we look at where the hurricane force winds are likely from here, up to 20 miles to the west, that would include all of Montego Bay. It is my opinion that Montego Bay will get hurricane conditions out of the storm. Okay, so 20 miles west, this is close. If I drop the watches and warnings here, this is obviously a hurricane warning. We're close to Lucy, but likely Lucy is going to avoid the direct hurricane sustained winds. Gusts, possible. Montego Bay, most of St. James Parish will likely see hurricane conditions, okay? Now if I zoom out a little bit, but I've got to recenter this if I do. Now, east of here, the hurricane force winds still extend out somewhere around 30 miles, right? So that's as far east as the hurricane force winds are likely to go. You know, so we could easily be pushing fairly deep into St. Anne Parish, right? I don't have the parish outlines on here, but I think we're fairly deep into portions of St. Anne. I mean, we're not, you know, well, Ocho Rios is in the northeast side of St. Anne. So let's say kind of the western sides of St. Anne. That's what I'll say. All of Trelawney, western sides of St. Anne, not as far east as Ocho Rios. While I'm talking, Sales Only One with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Sales Only One. Appreciate you tuning in from the Outer Banks. By the way, have we talked about the Outer Banks? I'm from Florida, but vacationed there many, many times. Spent a lot of time at Duck and Kitty Hawk. Beautiful area. And back in the day, and I grew up right on the coast. Back in the day, I'm a fisherman. I'm a boater myself. Back in the day, we had an island packet sailboat. Dad tried to get me into it. I'll admit, I was in my teen years and didn't want to spend all of my free time on a sailboat. But we had some adventures for a couple of years. Learned to sail, which was the most important thing, right? Yeah, just to, anything normal sea surface, normal pressure across the globe is about 1,012 millibars on average, right? Normal day, no big area of high pressure in area, no big area of low pressure in area, about 1,012 millibars. So we're more than 100 millibars lower than this. A lot of really strong hurricanes, 920, 930, 940. I mean, you get a storm at 940 millibars, you're likely to have a Cat 5, just like Melissa was earlier. And then it just kept bombing out and got all the way down to 892. Really, really significant. Maria says, I've lost contact with a few of family members in Kingston, but the majority are still okay. Well, Maria, I hope they are okay. Thank you very much. Let's get the hearts out in chat for DJ Tiny Precious. First of all, a fantastic handle. Love it. And thank you for your $10 super chat as well. So let's get the hearts out for DJ Tiny Precious on the Wheels of Steel. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Now, whether you're a DJ or not, I don't know. But the name itself is quite fantastic. I have had to kick it up a notch, by the way. Just stay with you guys. Nikki says, lost contact in Savlamar. Okay. Where will Melissa be? About 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock? Expecting Melissa to have moved offshore by then. So we're within about the last hour of the storm itself, the center, the eye, being directly over the island, right? As we get into the 4 o'clock hour Jamaica time, 5 o'clock hour here Eastern Daylight Time, for those watching, in the United States, so you understand the time frame. Eastern Daylight Time, Jamaica is 1 hour behind. About an hour from now is what I'm trying to say. The northern part of that eye should begin to emerge offshore. Might take another hour or so for the eye to fully clear after that, and then the storm will continue its progress away. But do not be fooled that the storm is done just because the eye has moved offshore. Sure, the core winds are now moving away, but there is a lot of storm still to be wrapped in behind as well. And I can show you that, and I'm gonna then take a minute and get into some of the newer video here. The GFS model has not been very good, but it now actually, of course, understands the fact that the hurricane is where it is. So if I bring up the reflectivity here, that's what it has at 8 o'clock. So this is what it has now. Now again, it's painting the storm slightly farther east of where it is. So don't mind that as much. It's more about what's happening from here. Again, here's 5 o'clock. And by the way, let me put the time frame up so you guys can see. I'm just stair-stepping this. Here's 8 o'clock. Again, the core, even if it's here, appreciably, it's going to be the same for Jamaica. But this is 8 o'clock tonight. And you still have heavy rain along the northern coast, right? Brushing St. James and Trelawney and St. Anne and St. Mary parishes, but still rain and windy conditions well past the eye moving away. Then even behind that, you still have some pull back around, and especially on the eastern side of the storm. Look at all of this that's still feeding in. And some of this, based on the orientation of Melissa, could move back over the island. I would expect, unfortunately, additional heavier rain to try and move east. Can you imagine even more, several inches of rain back over Haiti, which locally could have potentially have already seen 40 inches of rain out of this storm. Unfortunately, driving some of that moisture even a little bit farther off towards the east. I think that's very plausible. Here's 2 a.m. Again, it's not as persistent and it's not as strong, but there is still moisture sticking around on the back end of the storm. And I'll just take you out to about 8 a.m. tomorrow, where a couple of leftover showers are likely. Now, things should begin to clear throughout the day tomorrow, but you understand that through daybreak tomorrow, there is still the opportunity for some additional rain. It's not going to be nearly as heavy. There will still be some good winds tonight, and then overnight the winds will relax and the rain will finally begin to fade away, but it's going to take some time. So we've got many, many more hours to go before we're fully done with the impacts from Melissa. Hey, Donovan, thank you very much for your $10 super things. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Donovan as well. $10, you guys have been really awesome and, really humbling, and I appreciate that. So in very recent times, we've had RCA 6576 with a $20 donation. We've had Dead of Life Better with the $9.99, Sales Only with the $10. DJ Tiny Precious also with $10, and also looks like it's their first super on a live stream. That's really awesome when that occurs, because for some reason you guys thought enough of what I'm doing here to make it your first super on the live stream. So thank you so much. And then Donovan with the $10 as well. Appreciate you guys. Absolutely fantastic. Okay. Guys, Justin from Treasure Beach has just messaged me. He says, just pure white outside like snow, can't see a thing. Loud AF. Now, I want to be clear about something. Hard to tell when that message was actually sent, right? I don't know if this was sent to me just as the storm was moving in and somehow we got a signal through and I just got it, or whether he's still talking about now. I'm going to assume that this was when the storm was moving in. And that is really hard to hear. He knows what's coming, right? And again, if you guys don't know, Justin, Treasure Beach area has kind of a wellness resort there, had sent us some videos the last couple of days from the Treasure Beach area. This was a direct impact area from the storm, and he said that the rain and the wind combined made it look like snow, and there was no visibility, right? And you've seen some of the videos like that, but that's what I'm talking about, that we have yet to get any video from the height of the storm in these areas. I'm telling you right now, we just haven't. When we start getting the videos that people have recorded, but they haven't been able to send out because the internet isn't stable enough to do so, or it's completely down. When we start getting those videos, your jaw is going to drop that much farther. I promise you. As bad as what we're seeing right now, it's not the height of the storm. So, and then the aftermath videos as well, and the pictures, it's going to be devastating. It's going to be heart-wrenching. It's going to be tough to see. 4 p.m. update out. Thank you very much, Fiona. Let's see if there's much difference. Now, again, let me be clear. This is an intermediate to the intermediate advisory, right? So this is a special statement. So let me look at this. Winds, I think I said the winds will go down to 150, and that's what they have. Winds of 150, north-northeast at 8, pressure at 914. So certainly some of the higher terrain of western Jamaica has had a bit of an impact on the storm, and 150 is down to category 4. So the storm has fallen by 45 miles an hour maximum sustained winds, but it is still a high-end Cat 4. Still, anywhere along the path of this storm, total structural failure is likely, okay? And that's the wording that the Hurricane Center is using. An extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation, shelter in place, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Guys, I'm stating things that I would state when I worked in Oklahoma City and we were talking about large EF4, EF5 tornadoes. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, lowest level of the home, find a mattress, find your bike helmet, put it on to avoid flying debris. It's the same thing. Unfortunately, this storm came in as a tornado wind about 15 times the size of a normal tornado for those winds, in expansive winds of hurricane force, much larger than that. All right, so let me get you the update. And then I do want to take a second and try and get some of the new video in as well. And again, appreciate the chat coming. So we'll put it in here. So as of right now, we do have a category 4. Melissa is just a little bit below. And that's fantastic. But again, I've stated it so many times, appreciably, it doesn't matter much to destruction of buildings because the winds are already significantly higher than what most buildings are able to handle. Just want to make sure I get the direction right, north-northeast at 8. And by the way, let me be clear, anyone who has sent any contributions via the PayPal and the Venmo, I always send you guys a personal thank you. So it is not lost on me that some of you are finding direct support via PayPal and Venmo, and I really do appreciate that. After the stream, I'll go back and thank each and every one of you. So just know that I really do appreciate that support as well. So thank you so much. Please change words at top. Didn't I just do that? Is that what you're asking about, Fiona? Yep. Cat 4, 150, 914 north-northeast at 8. Did I do it right? Let me know if I screwed up in some way. All right. Our houses are built differently, but roof people get 106 kilometer gusts in Kingston. Again, unfortunately, we've lost our 2 reporting stations on the island, which again can go down with loss of power, can go down with the wind. So unfortunately here we don't have our winds over Kingston. It is a Cat 4. Yeah, so it went below 157, so it's now a Cat 4, 150. And again, loss of some of the higher end winds was likely as the storm was over the island. It's still an extremely destructive storm. The far outer, strongest core winds are brushing Montego Bay, near the Falmouth area. So a lot of St. James and Trelawney parishes, right? But we have lost a little bit of that inner structure as it's been interacting with land now for a few hours. This always happens with landfalling storms. do have wind gusts on here. So again, unfortunately, we're just losing, you know, when we lose power in these areas, we lose these sensors too. I nodded at screen. Nice, nice. Am I right, Fiona? Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay, thanks. So the eye is shrinking and contracting because, again, the friction and drier air being ingested with the storm being over land. This is why storms dissipate when they get over land. Remember, relatively speaking, oceans are very smooth surfaces for these storms to form unabated. Now, we have the terrain difference, the drier air, the friction, it all begins to disrupt the mechanisms of the hurricane, and some of that begins to disrupt the interior part of the storm as well. So it's taken a punch on the chin, right? But this is such a strong storm, and it's not going to be over land long enough to have significant differences. You know, sadly, even taking this down 35 miles from 185 to 150 is still making it a high-end Cat 4. You know, if this was coming in like this, most storms would be like, holy crap. I mean, this is a powerful, powerful storm. So the fact that the pressure has gone up to 914 and the winds have gone down to 150, you know, and it's been knocked down a bit, but it's still this strong, shows you how significant of a storm this was and is, but was when it made landfall. Okay. So Justin has just sent me a video, and this is going to be from Treasure Beach.
Okay, 3:03
Okay.
in the afternoon.
This is in the afternoon. All right. Now I know you guys can hear that. I'm going to effort to get that in as quickly as possible as well. He's doing a walk and talk for us just like he did before. All right. So I tell you what, I'm going to take a second and get all of this new video in. What do you guys want to look at? Do you guys want to look at the radar? Do you guys want to look at the break video? Tell me real quickly what you want to look at here when I upload these new videos. I'm only going to be gone for a couple of minutes, but I want you guys to, experience what you want to experience. Then we'll look at the videos. I tell you what, I'm just going to keep this up. How does that sound? I'm going to keep this up. I'm going to get all of these new videos uploaded for you guys, and then we'll regroup, and I'm going to show you all those. Okay? Yep, I'll leave the radar up. All right. As I do so, I'm going to give you guys that lovely hold music too. Full service here. All right, I'll be back in just a second. Yeah, sorry. So I had the video over my mic, but appreciate it. So this is Mandeville, Manchester, guys. That's a roof. That's a roof right there. Look at that flooding. Look at the power pole. Look at the street light. Look how high up the power pole this goes. Look at the power lines in the water. So power lines in the water. Manchester, Mandeville. Oh, you guys are still seeing that? Okay, my bad. Now you'll see it. I had it in preview mode, basically. So hopefully you can hear me, and hopefully you can now see this photo. So I gave you the audio preview of it. But look at this, guys. Look at the roof. The power pole. There's the light. The power lines themselves that are actually in the water right now. This is from Mandeville, Manchester Parish. All right. Again, significant flooding. The water is not really moving that quickly. I know it's a photo, but we don't see the ripples in the faster current here. So this is just a lot of flooding that has come into this area and has absolutely overcome this entire home or building or whatever it is. The only thing you can see right now is the roof. Yeah. All right. So you guys are seeing it now. That's good. Again, this is a photo from Mandeville, Manchester Parish. Got a video in from Mobay. Let me show you that. So this is going to be from the Mobay area here. And again, just really solid squalls. Obviously, the palm fronds taking the brunt of it here. This is a security camera, but very high quality. And again, just really breezy conditions there in Mobay. And here's Portmore recently as well. Again, breeze, bit of squalls from time to time. Nothing horrible, but still certainly some impacts there as well. I was talking to my mom in St. Elizabeth, but it looks like she lost cell service. And that was a rescue operation. Okay. Yeah, the runoff from the mountains is extremely scary. Again, just trying to get down to the lower elevations. And again, if you haven't seen this video from Black River, right? I'm going to continue to show this video because for those coming in and out of the channel, I think you need to be aware of what we've been seeing in the southwest side of the island. Now, this is probably the roughest video that we've seen, but there will be additional videos like this and potentially even worse just incoming, right? It's going to be, unfortunately, a very serious situation with that fast-moving water for a time to come. But just look how fast that water is moving, guys. It really is unbelievable. Hey, I eat sauce. Appreciate you. Great name, by the way. $5 super chat. Let's get the hearts out in chat for I Yeet Sauce 99XD. Been watching you since I became aware of the hurricane, and I watched all last night as well. Thank you for keeping us updated, brother. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you thinking enough about the channel to take a second and join us here, and appreciate you being a part of the Meteo Mundo weather community. So thank you so much for that. All right. Again, apologize for a little bit of the technical things. We're doing a lot at once for you guys, trying to pull in all of this video and all of these photos. When we're live like this, it's really easy to set up in the background. It's a little bit harder as we're providing you this coverage. One thing I will say is that our plans for next year, as we continue to advance the technology of the channel, is to vastly improve that, along with some other really cool things as well. And you guys are helping us do that, in all seriousness. Sea surface temperatures north of Jamaica, they're so unreliable right now, though, with the rain moving in. I mean, I've got buoy data. The last that I saw, we were still running 85 to 87 degrees Fahrenheit, 29 degrees Celsius, slightly higher. I'm not sure what the buoys are going to show us right now, but we can always take a look. I've got no buoy data here. I thought this was an offshore site, but it might be offline. I thought there was one. Yeah, there is, Santiago de Cuba. I thought there was one here, but for some reason is not giving us water temps. I'll tell you, sales, the last thing I saw was, again, that, 85 to 87 degree Fahrenheit at least, 29 degrees Celsius, even to 30. But the one sensor here, I think, is not there. Now, you notice that the Kingston sensor is back online. We got a 48 mile an hour wind at this point in time. And again, our moderators, if there's questions that you guys know I've answered, you're happy to answer those in chat as well. I try and get to everyone's questions, but if it's something that has been relayed recently on the channel, you might see a moderator answer it for you. You got it, Sales. Yeah, bath water. I mean, nothing is going to stop this storm, from still being quite strong here in the short term. And, these are the wind gusts that are already picking up there. And again, Kingston's back up to about a 50 mile an hour wind. So we just showed you that video from Mobay, at least fairly recently. So hopefully you guys are getting an idea. How long until it leaves? We're probably within about an hour for the northern eye wall, which again is much less visible right now on our satellite imagery. We can look at Viz to see if there's any little bit clearer, right? You can almost see these waves out here. This might even be what's called a Rossby wave, just kind of, striations in there. Now again, because we're getting a little bit later in the night and now the sun is setting to the west, we're starting to see the shadowing effect on the east side of the storm. Nice outflow still. So here's the eye itself, just east of Montego Bay. Montego Bay likely has had some pretty significant wind, and even farther off towards the east. It is hard to tell, but there it goes towards Falmouth. A couple of different sandwich products I can use here. So the infrared goes away, but there's the Viz. Again, this is just a couple of different of the products that I can use. So I'm putting the eye right now just southwest of Falmouth. Again, it's a little bit broader. It's a little bit more elongated because of the land interaction, but it looks like it has moved just east of Montego Bay. So we're now starting to see the northern core winds beginning to move back offshore. Remember, because the storm took a more northerly track, it's not staying over Jamaica as long as it would have if it was turning more north and east, right? Again, the back end of the storm is beginning to arrive. So now the winds are turning and coming back out of the west. Your counterclockwise winds here as well. That is west of the storm. If you are east of the storm, like the Kingston area, when you see this, you're still going to get a south wind, right? That's the problem. I mentioned it most of this live stream is that even beyond the storm beginning to move away, the south winds will continue and just keep trying to pile water up on the southern and southeast coastline. So that's still going to be a big issue for a time to come. Yeah, Montego Bay, relatively speaking, got lucky, but it's not going to surprise me if they've had some damage. It's not going to surprise me if they had about a 2 to 4 foot storm surge. There still is likely some water inundation in Montego Bay as well, but the winds are just trying to push east of that storm. And again, we have the 4 o'clock update for the Hurricane Center here. We'll get the 5 o'clock. That'll be the full advisory, by the way, from the Hurricane Center coming up. The wind in Spanish Town, awful. Lots of water in the area. So, again, We're beginning to see more impacts coming into, even the Kingston area, Portmore, Spanish Town, Halfway Tree, places like that. That's the current look. Again, you can see the battering wave and winds at the harbor. Certainly some differences and some significance. The farther south that you live along the coast, the more impactful that's likely to be. But still some breezy and strong conditions there in a lot of the area. I would put those winds easily at 50 miles an hour on the top-hand side of your screen. Not as strong as you get towards the urban areas, but still quite strong. And, from time to time, these winds are going to pick up. They're still going to be gusty. They're just not as consistent this far east. And the farther east that you live, overall, slightly a little bit better as well. I don't want to downplay what the Kingston area could still see wind-wise from time to time, because we still have the whole back end of the storm to have to get through. A lot of damage in Mobile. You'll probably see footage after the storm because the cell service is down. Absolutely. I've been trying to stress that factor enough, right? That a lot of what we're seeing right now is not whatever the height of the storm for that area. Unfortunately, it's likely to be a lot worse than that. But again, cell service going down. And so folks who were recording video during the height of the storm, not able to get that video out, right? Yeah, it's going to be a lot worse in many areas. The pictures and the videos that will start trickling in, are going to be significantly worse and tell an even worse story through a lot of these areas. I am also, as I mentioned, trying to effort this video from Justin. I had to trim it down a little bit, but it's here now. So I'm going to get that in for you guys. Again, Treasure Beach area, so we'll be able to see that. So let me get this fired up here. And so again, if you guys know, Justin has been sending us some video from time to time in Treasure Beach. He just sent me a video in the aftermath, okay? Okay, so I want to make sure I have the audio on here. Okay, I think you guys, all right. So I'm going to restart this real quick, guys. All right, so this is the aftermath of the storm. It's going to be Justin in the Treasure Beach area.
The main road through Great Bay is fairly clear. Poles still seem to be up carrying electric, though there's no power right now. Okay, it's 3:03 in the afternoon. The wind's dropped enough that we can step outside the property now. This is Great Bay. A lot of debris and foliage everywhere. I'm going to walk down to the beach. You can see there's some very big waves out there now. I'll try and get a decent close-up. As a matter of fact, the damage we had from Beryl was substantially worse than this. The main road through Great Bay is fairly clear. Poles still seem to be up carrying electric, though there's no power right now. And No trees down across the road as we've seen yet, but there is some flooding. So I'm glad I bought a pump the other day. Let's get a shot of this sea. I know this video won't do it justice, but getting a bit closer. Okay, it's 3:03 in the afternoon. The wind's dropped enough that we can step outside the property now. This is Great Bay. A lot of debris and foliage everywhere. I'm going to walk down to the...
All right, so I was listening with you guys. If I'm not mistaken, because I pulled it up a little bit late, I think he said it wasn't as bad as what they had for Beryl, which would be fantastic, because remember, Treasure Beach got hammered during Hurricane Beryl. It was the one part of the island where that outer eye just sat, and they got lashed for hours and hours and hours. So I believe that's what he said. Obviously, he was able to get back out relatively quickly, but you saw what the sea conditions were like, and you saw how elevated things were there, and you saw all of the vegetation down, right? So that was extremely, extremely powerful storm, but if it moved through quick enough, might have gotten a little bit lucky to not see the most significant damage there, which is great. We'll check in again with him soon, make sure everything's going all right there. But again, I believe I heard him say that the damage, at least in first blush look, not as significant in Beryl. But I gotta tell you something, that might be about the only area that can say that in the western side of the island. Norman Manley Boulevard, DeGrill, rough winds still battering us, experiencing persistent rains, roof damage, and trees are down. Okay, thank you very much, EVAT 7950. Appreciate that. You know, someone says, stop hyping the storm. It's a big nothing burger. Sure. Yeah, it's nothing. You know, just 10 feet of water outside someone's house, ripping through like it's in the Colorado Rapids, like you'd be on a raft right now. And oh, by the way, probably 80-mile-an-hour winds, but nothing. It's nothing burger. You know, those who want there to be damage, it hurts. Those who are upset that they didn't get the worst of the storm is also head scratching, right? If you live on Jamaica and you didn't see some of this, of all the video that I've been showing you guys, how lucky are you, right? Because so many others who have seen this kind of damage would want to be in your shoes right now. Right, you know, look at this. You know, they trade positions in a heartbeat, trust me. And I'm sure those folks who own those vehicles wouldn't mind being in a little bit quieter part of the storm. Now, these are tough images to look at, guys, and we know that it's going to take a long time for these areas to get right again. Santa Cruz. You're talking about the Black River and the basin and the tributaries and how all of those elevated, fast-moving conditions. I believe this was St. Elizabeth. And I think I have kept the video. This is from the Black River office in St. Elizabeth from the Jamaican Public Service, but I want to make sure. And then that's the hospital. And remember, we have the roof that we lost as well. So that's Justin's video. I don't want to lose this roof video that we had either. I gotta find that again. This is the roof video again. This is the Savlamar Hospital from you guys, right? You guys know this area and helping me out with that. Look at that roof go. Peeled off. Oh no, it doesn't matter to me, trust me. I mean, as far as, you know, people can say what they want, but we have the evidence to show you, you know, that this storm was historic in some areas and warranted all of the messaging that was ahead of the storm, whether people want to listen or not, or whether, you know, they believed it, that's up to them. Someone asking about Savlamar. This is video from Savlamar. Now, again, don't equate this to something that your father might be seeing there, but from my understanding that this is the Savlamar Hospital, and you can see the roof being peeled off. Now, every structure is different, but obviously there were some impacts in Savlamar. Savlamar would have been on the far west side of the core winds as the hurricane moved through. Savlamar is flat, hospital and police station gone, okay? Well, obviously, some of the reports that we're getting are not good. Now, again, you know, it's going to be tough, right? It's going to be tough for those who have family and friends and interests in these areas in the communication. You know, how quickly does that come back online, right? You know, it could be agonizing days for that to happen, and in some areas even longer than that, right? But hopefully, again, everyone was very prepared, you know, and we'll have to wait and see how that infrastructure gets rebuilt. But it might be days before we're able to communicate with some of these areas again. The harbor is getting hit, man. The harbor, Kingston Harbor, is getting nailed right now. This is why I said, do not discount the back end of the storm. That is the strongest winds that we have seen in Kingston Harbor. That is significant wind right now on the top right-hand side of your screen. Anyone has any information in Montego Bay, please pass it on. But again, right-hand side of your screen, we had been able to see across the harbor most of the day, and now you can't see anything. Blinding sheets of rain. It is a little bit different story in the Devon House area and Halfway Tree and others. And, you know, again, as the camera pans back out just a little bit, you can see how strong those winds are, and it's just battering that camera at this point in time. Again, the harbor is more exposed, so the winds are going to be stronger here, but it's significantly different near the coast at this point in time. I'm going to change mic packs real quick here, guys. You know, it's been a long day when we're on to our third mic pack change. All right, people asking for updates. Probably a good idea to kind of do a tour across the island. What do you say? All right. So let's take a second here. And again, we're going to be very close to the 5 o'clock update from the Hurricane Center as well. So as we speak, the center of the storm is beginning to brush and move offshore from the Falmouth area. It's about where we have the center right now, okay? It's very much weaker as far as the core winds because of the interaction with the island over the past several hours. But structurally, this is still a very significant storm. It will likely never regain the status that it has, and because it's a Category 4 now, it is likely not to elevate back to a Cat 5 before it moves back into southeast Cuba, because the north side of the storm is already interacting with the land there, and we still have some land interaction on the southern side of the island as well. So anticipating the core to move offshore in the next hour or two. We should start to see the eye a little bit clearer once it does so. Now beyond that, winds will start to be turning out of the west in the western side of the island while staying out of the south on the eastern side of the island. Again, counterclockwise winds around our storm. Appreciably, once the eye moves offshore, the very worst of the wind and rain is gone, okay? That being said, the back end of the storm is likely to continue to lash the island for the remainder of this Tuesday, in some areas deep into the overnight hours and potentially into Wednesday morning before we are fully said and done with the rainfall in the area. And so the lingering impacts, even as the winds begin to diminish, will still be some squalls, some gusty winds, additional rainfall adding to all of the headaches that we've already seen on the island, and the storm surge, which is likely to continue in many areas because the winds, especially in places like Kingston and Port Royal and Old Harbor and areas of the southeast side and even a little bit farther west along the southern coast, will continue to be out of the south. So as the storm is moving away, it's still trying to pull on the east side with the south winds, all of that water with it. And it has to, unfortunately, push up and inundate some of the areas along the southern coast. So that's one of the lingering issues here. And then all of the significant flooding that is still likely ongoing and more that can happen as the water continues to rush down into some of the lower areas. So we're likely still seeing hurricane conditions just east of Montego Bay. So a lot of St. James and Trelawney parishes, maybe the far northwest side parishes of St. Anne. The wind field has definitely diminished as far as the highest intensity, but that can also expand that wind field a little bit as well. So even though the winds aren't as strong, we can start to see some of that wind profile potentially expand just a little bit as well, right? So there are still some high-end wind impacts occurring with the storm as we speak. You know, I will say the most interesting area that I'm curious about is in and around Kingston, because I'm looking at the chat and I see so many different takes on what's happening. And I guess it is very area specific in Kingston, from, you know, really getting it a lot of wind and rain lashing to, hey, we're fine, everything's good. So looks to be a lot spottier here when you get as far east as Kingston, and even better overall conditions for Portland and St. Thomas parishes. Still excessive rain, still some tree damage, right? You know, even with the core winds still being far off towards the west, we're still knocking down some tree limbs here. We're still causing some power outages from time to time as well. But certainly, you know, the core winds will continue over the western side of the island for at least a few more hours. And again, do not underestimate what the back end of this storm could still bring to the island. You know, as already mentioned, you know, we looked at that Kingston Harbor camera and what's happening in that area and how significant, you know, the winds are gusting right now near the coast. All right, so we'll get the 5 o'clock advisory shortly. And we still just have the 2, so just checking to see. Now, 5 o'clock advisory. It's a full advisory from the Hurricane Center. We are going to have a track update. We are going to have an intensity update. So it'll be all new information at the top of the hour that we'll want to keep an eye out for and pass along as well. Empress Ash, where are you seeing the 133 in Falmouth? Certainly not disagreeing with it, but just curious as to where that's coming from. Rusty, any reports on the island about local rainfall totals? I haven't been able to see any as of yet. But Steve, I'll keep an eye on that. And thanks for being a member of the channel as well. You know, some of that information I'll hopefully start to be able to compile, but I haven't had any official reporting yet as of the hour. And potentially some of those sensors aren't even, you know, transmitting their data as well, at least in an official capacity. Again, just to check out the camera again, you notice that the squall has passed the camera site there at the Kingston Harbor, so now the visibility is just a little bit better. But the wave action, you know, still churned up. Still a lot of white caps there. And it's not so much about exactly what the waves are doing, it's about how high the water is relative, right? And how far inland it can inundate some areas. We saw some video earlier out of Old Harbor, a picture earlier out of Old Harbor of some significant flooding, right? And you see how high up that fence and that concrete wall that the water has gotten. Key City says Clarendon is flooded. Travis Kelly says his mom's entire roof is gone in Manchester. Very sorry to hear that. You know, unfortunately, I think, you know, there's going to be a lot of those instances, you know, where we lose roofs, we lose windows, we lose out structures. It stinks, but what we don't want is loss of life. You know, we can rebuild. It's extremely, you know, taxing mentally and physically to have to go through this. You know, that's why we're going through it together, and I appreciate the MM community. But having to, you know, be the one who has to rebuild, it can be a very, very stressful thing. But obviously, we can do that. But loss of life is a whole different story, and hopefully that doesn't end up being part of the story of this storm. It might be a while before we fully know. Well, it's always turning a little bit east, to answer your question. Hot take hater. I mean, a little bit of a turn east here, but also we're fading it a little bit. So the true center, you know, might have had a little bit of a nudge east. We'll see where the Hurricane Center wants to ultimately put it. But we are expecting there to be a bit of an east motion to the storm, starting now anyway. It was actually expected a little bit earlier, but the storm, as it moved inland, moved a little bit more due north than what was anticipated. So again, that brought a little bit more of the western side of the island in play for the core winds. But we should have a bit of an eastern push starting from now. And of course, this is going to put a lot of the southeast side of Cuba in play for some extremely strong winds. Flooding, storm surge, all of that. Same scenario that Jamaica saw and is still experiencing, slightly lower totals, but still an intense storm for southeast Cuba. And then down the road, central, southeast side of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. Well, to answer your question, RC6614, I don't know why NBC would be discussing winds of under 100 miles an hour. Recorded and observed is probably two different things when you're talking about an area that has not many sensors and availability to that data in real time. And I don't know why they would say that. You know, if they did, if they did, then they're wholly wrong. All right. See if we got the 5 o'clock update yet. Yes. Okay. So here's the brand new full advisory from the Hurricane Center. Center of Melissa, emerging from the northern coast of western Jamaica. Damaging winds, catastrophic flash flooding, life-threatening storm surge continues in Jamaica. Maximum sustained winds are still 145 miles an hour. So the story of the storm over the island is going to be that it came in as an extremely powerful and historic Category 5 hurricane. The destruction and the damage to the central and the western sides of the island is significant. Flash flooding, storm surge, and wind damage. And it's exiting the island still as a very powerful Category 4. Winds of 145, moving to the north-northeast at 8, and the pressure of 921 millibars. I will update that accordingly. The Meteorological Service of Bermuda has now issued a hurricane watch. So down the road, even Bermuda could be experiencing some hurricane conditions from Melissa. So the hurricane warning continues for Jamaica, southeastern portions of Cuba, the southeastern and the central Bahamas. A hurricane watch is now in effect for Bermuda. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Haiti. Yes, that continues. The Cuban province of Camagüey, Turks and Caicos. Melissa moving to the north-northeast at 8. A turn to the northeast with an increase in forward speed is expected this evening, followed by a faster northeast motion on Wednesday and Thursday. And on that forecast track, the core of Melissa will move away from western Jamaica this evening. After that, the center is expected to move into southeast Cuba later tonight, and then early on Wednesday morning, begin to move towards the southern and central Bahamas by late on Wednesday, approaching Bermuda Thursday and Thursday night. Melissa is a Category 4 storm and is expected to move into the southeast sides of Cuba as a major hurricane as well. Hurricane force winds still extend the same distance that they have been, 30 miles from the center, with tropical storm force winds 195 miles from the center. All right. Rainfall totals, again, to be clear, this is as of right now. The Hurricane Center says an additional 6 to 12 inches of rain could fall across portions of Jamaica starting right now. Think about the potential for your area to see another half foot or foot of rain, okay? Another 150 to 300 millimeters of rain, right? Not all areas will get that, but that is what the Hurricane Center is talking about as a possibility for Jamaica, putting storm totals between 12 and 24 inches. So hopefully we avoided the heightened 30-inch range, but the significant water has been wholly devastating as quick as it fell, as fast as it has been moving. Ongoing catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides will continue through Tuesday night. So unfortunately, the areas that have been hit the hardest, which again, we're not getting the video and the photos from right now, will continue to have the most serious consequences through at least this evening, if not even on Wednesday morning. Again, eastern Cuba, 10 to 20 inches, locally up to 25. The Bahamas, 5 to 10 inches through Wednesday. Turks and Caicos, a little bit lower, 1 to 3, okay? Hispaniola, again, an additional 2 to 6. Totals for the storm, 40 inches of rain. Storm surge, Montego Bay area, 2 to 4, right? Potentially significant storm surge in Cuba of 8 to 12. The Bahamas could see a storm surge of 5 to 8 above normal ground level. That's for the southeastern Bahamas. And then 2 to 4 normally above ground level for Turks and Caicos. Minor flooding is also expected along the coast of Haiti, and then a ton of surf as well. So again, these numbers are still extremely, extremely high. I'm going to give you guys the new track here in just 1 second. To make sure that I've got the most updated track, I'm just going to reset something in the background for 1 minute while you guys look at what's going on in Kingston. Thank you all, Maria. I appreciate it. Yeah, Wendy, I wouldn't be surprised if we have lost some roofs there on Montego Bay. Kimberly has heavy breeze in Ocho Rios. So even as far away as Ocho Rios, we're getting some heavy, breezy conditions. Hopefully not destructive, but again, certainly in the tropical storm force variety. Okay. So again, likely to move through Cuba beginning very late tonight and overnight as a Category 4 hurricane still. Again, not likely to lose too much more intensity, potentially a little bit. And I'm going to update these numbers in just a second as it moves to the southeast side of Cuba. 10 to 20 inches of rain. Significant storm surge there. Could still be a major hurricane as it approaches the central and the southeast Bahamas. I hope we're not talking about an actual major hurricane moving through those areas, right? Let's hope it weakens as it does so. But down the road, starting late tomorrow, we'll have to keep a very close eye on the potential impacts for places like Cat Island, San Salvador, Rum Cay, Long Island, Exuma, the Acklins, Inagua, Mayaguana, Turks and Caicos, with at least tropical storm conditions there. And then down the road, Cat 2, accelerating potential hurricane conditions in Bermuda late this week as well. So this path still has significant impacts for many areas for days ahead. And anywhere in red, hurricane warning. All right. Let's get the new information. So again, we're still at 145. Pressure has come up, which means slightly weaker. But again, it's all relative, guys. When we're talking about a storm whose pressure has gone up to 921, 921 is still such a significant storm. Moving north-northeast at 8. What up, BBQ nerds? How you doing? Sending love from the Weaver 4 crew. Proud of you, man. Thanks for the awesome coverage. Go Gators, Matt. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. Go Gators indeed. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Matt. And despite our absolutely horrible season, we'll always say go Gators. In all kinds of weather, right, Matt? Appreciate you. Thank you very much. That is one of the mottos of the University of Florida. We say in all kinds of weather, we all stick together. So again, you can see the loop over the last couple of hours. the eye beginning to emerge, but obviously has been interrupted. The inner core of this storm has been interrupted by the interaction with land over the last couple of hours. Now, unfortunately, right, you know, that land interaction is beginning to come to an end as the core of the storm is now beginning to move back offshore. There has been some impacts. Again, this was an absolute buzzsaw. You can see there's a little bit of a shrinking of the storm. You know, again, there's some higher terrain over the western side of Jamaica that the storm moved through. There have been some structural impacts to the storm, but it is still coming off of the north coast as an extremely powerful and dangerous storm down the road as well. What area is Justin Treasure Beach? He has in the past let me know exactly where he is, and I can tell you. He's Great Bay, if that helps. Great Bay Treasure Beach. You're welcome. Again, anyone who has any information and wants to continue to pass it along, that's why we have this chat. You know, appreciate you guys communicating with each other from time to time. Obviously, my attention will be focused on one thing or another. I always try and deviate back to the chat as often as I possibly can to answer your questions. But that's why we have moderators who are there to answer those questions. If they've heard me say that, they'll pass that along, but also just to keep the chat going as well. But obviously, feel free to talk with each other as well. I do not know where Alex is. I did try and call him earlier, and I haven't heard from him. And, you know, he was so prolific in texting me and calling me and sending me videos before the storm that I would assume if he is back up and has the ability to, he would have probably gotten a hold of me. But I did try and get a hold of him a little bit earlier. Yeah, I would say about the Falmouth area is where the storm is beginning to move off. I agree with that. Again, a little bit harder to tell. I've got a couple of different satellite presentations to look at here to try and distinguish the eye, but it's a little muddied right now, which is a great thing, right? You know, the fact that we've lost a little bit of this, but if you see these kind of more maroon areas on this particular presentation, again, look right towards Falmouth, that's about where it is right there. But it is much more indistinguishable at this point. And again, look at what it was 6 hours ago and now, and the fact that it's still a Cat 4. Again, what it is now would be a significant storm. So to go back in time to see what it was and what it brought to the western side of the island is answering. My pleasure. Hope your family's in good shape, Martha's Bay. I understand. You know, a lot of folks, I'm sure, are coming into the chat wanting to know exactly what's happening with the storm right now because communication is down. That's a big problem with these storm, guys. The areas hit the hardest. It's going to be tough to get answers from. It's going to be tough to get responses with power out, cell phone towers down, internet down, and who knows how long that could be before we hear from each and every person. It is going to be an agonizing time, even for us who are not in these areas, but we do, you know, you have loved ones there, right? I understand that situation and I empathize with you. And I hope that you hear from them as quickly as is possible given the conditions. And I hope that they're just fine. First of all, I hope that they're fine. And secondarily, I hope that obviously their property and anything personal is okay as well. But we can rebuild that. We want to make sure each and every person on the island is doing okay today. I'll pass along the information I know, Al-Marie, about Alex, and you know, if he comes back in, I'll let you know as well. Yeah, power's down. We know that situation, guys. Sat phones should generally work, yeah. I mean, the reason why we got the video from Justin is because he has Starlink, so he was able to use the satellite internet to get back and link up with us. And again, if you're just tuning in, I think it's very worthy to listen to him one more time. So let me show you that video again. This is Alex, Treasure Beach, Justin, Treasure Beach, southwest side of the island in the aftermath of the storm.
Okay, it's 3:03 in the afternoon. The wind's dropped enough that we can step outside the property now. This is Great Bay. A lot of debris and foliage everywhere. I'm going to walk down to the beach. You can see there's some very big waves out there now. I'll try and get a decent close-up. As a matter of fact, the damage we had from Beryl was substantially worse than this. The main road through Great Bay is fairly clear. Poles still seem to be up carrying electric, though there's no power right now. And no trees down across the road as we've seen yet, but there is some flooding. So I'm glad I bought a pump the other day. Let's get a shot of this sea. I know this video won't do it justice, but getting a bit closer.
Okay, and again, he talked for a little bit longer, but to get the video in, I had to cut it just slightly to make sure I was able to send it to get it to you guys. People were asking about Stony Hill. I don't have any direct information about Stony Hill. And again, some of the problems that we're going to be encountering here, guys, is that communication has been cut off from those areas. And it stinks. But to start to get an understanding of what really is happening in some of these areas you guys are asking about might take till tomorrow, might even take days to fully get the story of what has happened in some of these more hard-hit areas. I don't have any additional news on Mobay at this point in time. Again, you know, starting to get the aftermath video from Justin. Again, I think it's going to be one of the very lone areas that actually did better with Melissa than it did with Beryl. If you guys remember from Beryl, it was the Treasure Beach area where the core winds, right, from the outer eye wall sat over Treasure Beach and almost expanded over that area for hours. If you guys remember my coverage from last year, it was amazing to see that storm just kind of sit on the southwest side of the island and in a very small area push the core winds in. And they got hammered for hours and hours and hours in a row, right? So the fact that they were able to survive the storm better than Beryl in a relative sense, I think that's one of the very few locations, but it's good to hear that they were able to. Oh no, the eye of the storm is not returning, guys. It is moving away. Everything is progressing. Forward speed is, you know, picking up a little bit. It's staying at least consistent, about 8-9 miles an hour. So the storm will just continue to move away the deeper into this Tuesday that we go. But the back end of the storm is still likely to bring additional rain and wind impacts, right? And the Hurricane Center even mentioned in that 5 o'clock advisory, 4 o'clock Jamaican time, so 15 minutes ago, that an additional 6 to 12 inches of rain, 150 to 300 millimeters, is possible on the island as we go through tonight and potentially overnight as well. All right, well, here we go. Thank you, Theo. My sister said things are okay in Stony Hill. Winds are not bad. So appreciate that. I mean, I would imagine that the eye should reemerge on imagery, yes. It should be a little bit clearer, yes. No problem clarifying your question. All good. All good. Just checking real quick if we have any additional video. I think we've still gotten here. Let's see, sheltering in Trelawney. All right, we're getting a few in here and there, yes. I think we're getting some more photos from Mandeville. So that was the water rescue. Yeah, okay, I saw that. That was the video. That was that photo that we saw of the water rescue. So I'm looking at some images that you guys are sending me here. And again, just remember, if you guys send me some stuff, and that is awesome, just make sure that you include where it's from. I appreciate you sending that in, but please just include where it's from. All right. I do have a photo I want to show you guys here. All right, might be a little bit smaller of an image than I wanted it to be. But that is going to be the Black River Hospital. So you can see the roof damage from the Black River Hospital there. You know, significant, you know, look at all of the debris. So again, we talk about wearing shoes when the storm comes through. This is why. You want to make sure you have some shoes on if you got to get out and assess the situation post-storm. And you can imagine all of the sharp projectile, the shrapnel, and the exposed, you know, nails and some of the boards and glass and just everything that's strewn about, you know, as a picture like this shows you, right? But the significant roof damage, which of course is going to mean significant water damage to those buildings, right? So again, photo from Black River at this, you know, a little bit earlier in time. And that photo came from Shinaki, and I hope I'm saying that right. I think several of you have actually sent that in. You're welcome, William. I'm not sure if the hospital, we think that's an AI image? Don't know, guys. I've seen it a couple of times. You know, we can vet this to a certain degree, as they say. Well, if that was an actual image from Jamaica, that's obviously some pretty utter devastation there. But I want to be clear, that is likely to be something that we would see in a fair amount of the areas out to the west. Now, the conditions have improved again here in Kingston, right? You know, we can finally see across the harbor, right? The winds are still quite breezy. You know, we still have some pretty gusty winds here, but core winds, absolutely not. Tropical storm force winds from time to time, sure. Nothing anywhere near hurricane force. You're still going to get some good squalls in the Kingston, Port Moore, Spanish Town, halfway tree area, but, you know, not nearly as consistent or high end as areas off towards the west.
Yeah, but there is some flooding.
Sorry about that. All right. Anyone have any information on Somerton area of St. James? You know, again, this is an area of St. James likely to have been fairly hit hard by the storm. So information might be very slow to trickle out of this area. But if anyone does, please let them know. Noble Girl says, my community in St. Elizabeth is decimated where I grew up. Sorry to hear that. The eye is beginning to emerge off the island. You know, I don't know if the full eye is, but it's getting close. We're starting to see a little bit brighter in this satellite imagery begin to return just north of the Falmouth area. I'm not sure whether I would extend hurricane warnings that far north, but I'll have to, you know, I'll have to read up on the Bahamas and what is expected there. But, you know, again, with the northwest Bahamas being on the west, weaker side of the storm, I'm not really sure why, you know, hurricane warnings would be warranted that far north, given the track from the Hurricane Center. But I'll be monitoring the situation for you. That is a little bit down the road, not far down the road. I mean, I haven't heard of anything from the Bahamas Weather Service in regards to the Northwest Bahamas as of now. And again, as of the 5 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center, there was no mention of the northern or northwest Bahamas being under any kind of watch or warning. Might take a while before everything simmers down in Montego Bay. I mean, certainly the wind should be dying out a little bit, but we still have an intense hurricane within close proximity to Montego Bay. And just in that last radar, assuming that last satellite imagery, you know, this is going to be your eye right here, guys, beginning to come back offshore, right there. So now we're starting to see what is likely the full eye wall beginning to come back offshore, a little bit of banding features. You see how things are kind of beginning to kind of band back around that eye as it emerges. So now there's very little friction, right? So now the inner workings of the storm can try and get back going a bit and produce stronger convection to try and wrap back around. You know, ultimately it may not increase the winds, but we should probably start to see even a little bit of lightning beginning to return here if it wants to try and fire up again as those bands feed back around the storm now that there's not friction and the impacts of the island over the actual inner core of the storm. Still going to be certainly impacted on the south and the southwest side, but we're likely to see a little bit better satellite structure here coming up. I understand that, Nubian Power. My family in Wakefield, Trelawney, I'm so stressed. I can understand that for sure. Do not know about any damage to the airport Montego Bay. We do have some administrators, and I'm sure they're probably keeping an eye out for any information. You got it. Thank you, Jay Dizzy. You know, if anyone has any reliable, you know, information, please pass it along in chat. You know, obviously we want to be respectful here, and, you know, we don't want to be talking nonsense on the channel, I can tell you that. You know, anything like that will get you banned quite quickly. So, according to one of the local Jamaican newspapers, there have been at least 4 hospitals that have been significantly damaged. Knoll Homes in Hanover, Black River in St. Elizabeth, Cornwall Regional in St. James, and Falmouth and Trelawney. All right. Now, again, these are the parishes that we've been talking about all day long that took the brunt of this storm. If the hospitals saw significant damage, there's a very high likelihood that other structures and homes and businesses in that area also saw significant damage. Again, that is Knoll Homes in Hanover, Black River in St. Elizabeth, Cornwall Regional in St. James, and Falmouth and Trelawney. So we know of at least 4 hospitals that sustained significant damage. And I got to be honest, when I first heard this, I thought someone might be trolling me, but I don't think I mentioned it in yesterday's stream, and I meant to. The crocodile risk raises as Hurricane Melissa floods communities, which is an absolute true thing. Residents across Kingston, St. Andrews, St. Catherine, and St. Thomas are being urged to exercise extreme caution as heavy rains and flooding associated with Melissa may drive crocodiles out of their natural habitats and into communities. So on top of everything else. Hey, Sir Dead a Lot Better, how are you, my friend? You just keep it coming, buddy. I appreciate it. $1.99 super chat. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Sir Dead a Life Better, a very, very big time supporter of the channel. So thank you very much. St. Mary's starting to get some lashing, huh? Good news and a Clarendon. Things are getting better. What are you doing, man? You're just dropping it in. You want to help get to that next goal, don't you? Let's get it here, guys. More hearts out for So Dead Alive Better and another $1.99 super chat. I appreciate it. Indeed. I just didn't realize. I mean, look, guys, I grew up in Florida. I grew up on the water in Florida with alligators, fully understanding that. That being said, I just didn't realize that, like, you know, the crocodile risk was going to be that extensive, where a alert was warranted for this. You know, we know that, you know, snakes, look, cottonmouths here in Florida, other thing. Why can't I think of it? What the heck is the water snake? This is how tired I am. Oh my God, I'm fully blanking on that. Yeah. Anyway, you know, the elevated risk of seeing those out of their native areas. But the fact that, you know, there was enough of a crocodile risk for several parishes for there to literally be a news story about it, it did kind of baffle me. But the fact that it turned out to be true. Moccasins. Yes. Thank you. Yep, that's it. The name eluded me. It flew away. No, good old water moccasins. All right, so you guys are still sending me in some video, and I appreciate that. Again, the biggest thing is please remember 2 things when you send me video, and I really do appreciate, you know, you guys taking the time out to do that. The first is make sure you actually include the picture of the video, because sometimes there's no attachment with the email, right? One reason why you can just drop it into the Google Drive that we provided there, that Noble Pills has put up there as a pin. Secondly, just let me know where it's from, right? You know, great to see the video, but if I don't know where it is, it's hard to explain exactly what we're seeing at that point in time. Thank you, Ace. Love your work. Keep it up. I appreciate it. $2 euro. Thank you very much. Let's get the hearts out for Ace. Appreciate the support of the channel. And where are you viewing from, by the way? Let us know. Yeah, it's water moccasins. Again, I don't know why the name eluded me, but it just did. All right. From Belgium. Very good. True story, my next door neighbors. Growing up, they were from Belgium. The two brothers, there were two brothers. They were both Belgian physical therapists, and one of them was our next door neighbor. Hey, Health It Now, how you doing? $3.99 super stickers. Let's get the hearts out for Health It Now and their 10th super on a live stream. Appreciate it, Health It Now. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. Karen from the Netherlands watching as well. Very awesome. Appreciate, it's very interesting during these live streams. You come to find out, at the end of this, I get a report, if you will, of some of the geographical areas, and it can be literally worldwide. Yesterday we had Australia. Now we have Belgium and the Netherlands. I know the UK has been in the house, and Canada and other areas of South America and other island nations. So it is interesting how far and wide, that people are viewing the channel from. And I appreciate all of that. And so let me try and get in one new video for you guys. The storm is just beginning to merge north and east of Falmouth. That's where the center is right there. If we watch here over the next little bit, we're going to start to see that satellite presentation become a little bit more impressive on the north side. The tail end of the inner core is probably still brushing the coast, so it's not fully offshore, but it is pulling away from Trelawney Parish at this point in time. Hopefully I'll be able to open this file. Okay. Let me just double check. This is going to be St. Mary. So we're, a little bit farther away here, but let's check in with St. Mary Parish, which is awesome. All right. Which is not that one, but this one. So here we go. This is some video from St. Mary Parish. I think this is a very common sight that we're going to see outside the core winds, and I appreciate Joanna sending this in. Just good lashing wind, not substantial enough where we would expect there to be any significant storm damage as far as to structures, but taking down some palm fronds, taking down some trees, power issues, internet issues, some potential flooding, absolutely. Good squalls, even as far north and east as St. Mary. So I like to see video from the entire island, even if it's a little less extreme than areas to the west, because you want to get the full context of the story. So I do appreciate that. Gives you an idea. The outer bands, and more than anything, the back end of the storm is still likely to not fully clear Jamaica fully until about daybreak tomorrow. We could still be with some wind and rain issues. And again, the hurricane center, right? The hurricane center in their 5 o'clock advisory, which is going to be 4 o'clock local time in Jamaica. And again, that's the wrong storm. If you look at what they're talking about for rainfall, Melissa expected to bring an additional 6 to 12 inches across Jamaica, all right? So 150 to 300 additional millimeters of rain, where storm amounts will then add up to 12 to 24. But that's only part of the story as far as what the storm totals are. That's excruciatingly high and devastatingly high. But part of the story is how much fell in an area in a short period of time. That can be catastrophic as well. There could be some areas that got 8 to 10 inches of rain. That being said, if it fell fast enough, quick enough, that could lead to some of the significant flooding that we've seen. What's the poll question? What's in Rusty's glass? If you only knew. I got my Lean Law tumbler, by the way. All right, you ready for this? It's none of the above. I win. I'm the only one who's going to answer correctly. It's none of the above. You know what it is? Because this is from 7 a.m. It's water. That's all it is. Because I had my coffee, right? I had my coffee, and I don't like to drink anything else other than coffee with water. So this was water. Now I've still got the vitamin water, and I've got the Red Bull, but I have not actually had my diet green tea yet. So I win. And by the way, I appreciate the bourbon. Potentially later. Hey Emma, how you doing? $9.99 super thanks. Thank you from the UK for the brilliant coverage. I just got back from Lucy on Saturday, and the island won my heart. I've been terrified for everyone there. Well, first of all, that's a very kind thought, Emma. And, beautiful area. I have not visited Jamaica personally, hopefully to do so one day, but again, it does kind of steal your heart sometimes. You go to these areas and you just, you see a different way of life and just a different perspective on things, and it does kind of, take you away. And I'm glad that you got to see it in what it was before this storm, and I hope that Lucy ends up being okay. I think it's an area that is going to see some impacts, but not as significant as areas off to the east. So hopefully the reports from Lucy are good. But thank you very much, Emma. How about some Jamaican rum? Man, oh man, oh man. I think I would literally fall asleep right now if I had any of that. Not that it's not in the cards somewhere down the road, but not at this point in time. Southern Trelawney is still probably being hit pretty hard right now. Haven't had any reports out of that area recently, but we did have some of the core winds there. Of course, I'm very concerned about some of the rainfall totals in that area as well. Significant potential flooding in some of these spots. So again, recently, appreciate Ace. Oh, I missed one. Hey, Jazz. Gisette, perhaps? Gisette Green. $3.99 super stickers. Let's get the hearts out for Gisette as well. If I missed that one, I apologize. 2 from Dead Alive Better, Ace, Gisette, and Emma JK. Appreciate you all very much. Thank you very much for all your support of the channel. Poll complete. I don't really know yet, sales only. And probably not going to be on excruciating much longer. And still unsure about tomorrow as well. It is one of those situations where when we're doing live coverage like this, I try and coordinate this for getting people prepared, 1, and then 2, when actually the storm is causing the most impacts. We can only go 12 hours. Now, we restarted the stream, but I am pushing about 11 hours, 10 and a half hours of coverage right now. So we'll see about tomorrow for sure. Going to be going back on with some coverage. Exactly when, I don't really know yet. I need to get a better feel for how the evolution of this storm is going to be as it continues to move through other areas. But good question. Not exactly sure. That's why I always say have the notifications on, right? You have the notifications, all notifications, you'll get a heads up of when I am going to be going live. Rum would knock me out. No rain, we're fine in Portmore. It's good to hear. Thank you, Wilson. Wilson Jermaine or Jermaine Wilson. Appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. Again, let's check in with the Kingston area because we can. Now, again, it is a difference between inland and along the coast, right? I mean, we just continue to see that wind batter the harbor areas, the northeast side of the island, or on the top right-hand side of your screen, yeah, the northeast. The northeast side of your television screen, otherwise known as the top right. You know, even some of the tarp coverings here and some of the, you know, little out areas there on the top left-hand side of your screen look okay. You know, bottom left halfway tree, bottom right Devon house, everything looks pretty good. You know, even that Remax Realtor sign in the middle of the road there held together good. But you get back down towards the harbor, and those are still going to be winds of at least 40, if not 50 miles an hour. Again, the last gust at the harbor was 48. Do not be surprised if that continues for a length of time through the rest of this late afternoon and into the early evening hours as well. How long until it goes away? Well, it depends on exactly where you are. But fully exiting the island, not until early tomorrow morning, right? Still, oops, wrong one. Still some significant wind and rain, not as strong as what it's been, but impacts will continue for several more hours in most locations, and in some deep into the overnight hours. We can look at real quickly here, guys. You know, again, I have some model data available to me at my fingertips. If I take off the satellite data, bring on the reflectivity, and just loop this up for a brief time here. If you look at the top hand side of your screen, this is going to be your time frame, right? Just note again that even into about 5 a.m. tomorrow, even 8 a.m., there is still some lingering light shower activity on Jamaica. Not expected to be significant at that point in time, but I can't tell you that the island is fully dry even by daybreak tomorrow. Things should be breaking apart. Drier air should begin to be coming in, especially on the southwest side of the storm. Still a little bit more moisture-laden air east, but it does look like that more moisture-laden air is going to spread over east of there, Haiti and the Dominican Republic. And then obviously you have the potential for more significant impacts, you know, across Cuba later tonight and overnight through tomorrow morning. And then for the Bahamas, potentially down the road as well, again, as we get deeper into our Wednesday and potentially early on Thursday. Timing is still a little bit up in the air there. But again, you guys have hurricane warnings in the central and the southeast Bahamas for a reason. Please make sure you are preparing and planning accordingly, you know, for the potential for some impactful winds and infrastructure issues, that some storm surge and some rainfall totals of 5 to 10 inches. Southeast Cuba, the rainfall totals could be 10 to 20 inches and locally even up to 25. Appreciate you all, Marie. Thank you very much. Maria says, my cousin said at the barrier walls of the harbor, some overflow, not much. Thank you for letting me know, and that's great to hear, right? You know, even though we've had lashing winds and rains over the harbor, which has been the most significant that we've seen in the Kingston, Portmore, Spanish Town, Old Harbor area. You know, if we can avoid some of that most significant, that's good. Now, I'm still concerned about some of the actual inundation of water moving inland. We saw some photos out of Old Harbor of some of that as well. I appreciate that. Jay Dizzy says, I was in Hurricane Ben and a few other major hurricanes on Long Island as a kid. Remember trees down everywhere, no power, but the worst of it always seemed to be the anticipation. You know, for most times I would agree. This storm, I think, is a little bit different because, you know, the higher echelon of what we were discussing as possibilities unfortunately came true. This storm is a record-breaking storm in some ways. To move on shore with winds of 185 miles an hour. You've already seen some of the pictures and the devastation on the west side of that storm. So the anticipation was plenty. And then what this storm actually brought to the western side of Jamaica was life-altering for many. And it's an unfortunate situation, but happens to be what occurred from this storm. Hey, Michael, appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. Let's get the hearts out in chat for our newest member. Michael Swindoll, thank you so much. Of course, now your name is in a different color. You get your custom badge, so you're going to see your new badge next to your name, and you get exclusive badges and emojis to use during our live streams. For those who are Team MM members, you get access to exclusive member shorts. I grab this orange phone and I give you guys some short video updates in between some of these live streams and video updates that we do on a daily basis. Some behind the scenes thoughts of what I'm thinking. So maybe you have a little bit of, information to take with you even before these videos as well. So appreciate that. All right, friends. We're going to take a look at what's happening here across Kingston, and I'm going to be back in just 1 second. Okay, guys. So I think what we're going to do here is kind of a final reset. The first thing I want to say is happy to answer any questions you guys have, right? So if you got a question about a particular situation, please feel free to answer it. I'm going to do my best to answer that in the chat for you, and then we'll discuss from there. That looks about the worst in Kingston all day, possibly. Again, it's been fresh from time to time, right? If we take a look, let me bring the winds, the surface winds are on. We've had some gusts, you know, Believe it or not, very early this morning, Kingston had about a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. And that was the most I saw, at least from this reporting site, but that doesn't mean that was the highest that the entire area saw. It's just what that particular sensor was able to capture. Where is it now? The core is just beginning to move back offshore. If you guys can see, you know, we've got this purple right here. That's where it is. So it's pushing offshore as we speak. We lost on satellite imagery the signature of the eye, but now it is back, and it is going to be much more disheveled looking to begin with. But once the full core of the inner part of this hurricane, which is still a major hurricane, gets back offshore, we're likely to see a better structure begin to reemerge. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that the storm will increase in intensity again as it picks up some forward speed, but we're likely to see the reduction of maximum winds begin to come to an end. Now, the Hurricane Center might still drop this number some, but to be clear, as of the 5 o'clock advisory, Eastern Daylight Time, 4 o'clock, so Jamaican time just less than an hour ago, we still have a Category 4 hurricane likely to make landfall here in the southeast side of Cuba, Santiago de Cuba area, off towards the east of that, with a potential double-digit and foot height storm surge and 10 to 20 inches of rain, and maybe even locally higher than that. Again, to be clear, we mentioned this many times, the back end of the storm is still likely to bring some impacts, just not as significant and not as widespread over Jamaica the remainder of this Tuesday into the evening hours and overnight. Melissa this will be the last one. I don't see any reason why we would continue to use Melissa. Should you expect lightning? A rogue lightning strike is not out of the question with some of this convection, but generally speaking, these should just be good downpours and squalls. By pressure, Green Street Player 1. By pressure, lowest central pressure. And they are likely to start getting back into the storm at some point in time as well. Well. Guess who just sent me a video? Our friend Alex. I'll see if I can get this to you guys. So, for those who are asking about Alex, yep, thank you. For those who are asking about Alex, he just sent me a video. So Alex is in the Kingston area. We'll see what he's got here coming up momentarily. Again, keep firing away with your questions, guys. Now is the time to do so. We're gonna make this open question and answer period to some degree. Hi, Rusty Belize here. Any info on the 2 international airports in Jamaica, if they are okay? Massive help with the relief efforts. I don't know for sure. It's a great question. You know, I was highly concerned about the airport in the Port Royal area of Kingston being so exposed. Still concerned about, again, I believe it's called the Norman Manley, and I apologize if that's not exactly correct, airport there in the Port Royal area, potentially inundation of water. I know they evacuated the airport and they closed it. I don't have any information right now. Alex has been near that area, so maybe in his video he even mentions the airport. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I don't know about, if we're talking about Montego Bay, I don't know anything about Montego Bay. Hi Rusty, what will the wind speeds be here in Nassau when Melissa moves through? Still to be determined, to be quite honest, Jackie. You're not under the tropical storm watches warnings or hurricane watches and warnings, so hopefully that would be winds of less than 40 miles an hour, but it's something that I need to deep dive a little bit more into starting tomorrow. But The fact that you are not under any watches and warnings is a good sign for you that you're not going to have significant impacts as far north as Nassau. Norman Manley, thank you. Yes, the back end of Melissa will still be impactful for Montego Bay. You know, again, not as significant on Montego Bay with that, but still, additional rain, additional wind, potentially even a bit of additional storm surge as well. Again, the back end winds are going to be coming out of the west, and the orientation of the shoreline near Montego Bay kind of sticks, you know, in a south to north fashion. It could collect some of that water on the east end of the bay. So there still is the potential for some storm surge, a couple of feet there at Montego Bay behind the storm. But again, not as prevalent in most instances. Sure, I downloaded that. Okay. Hey Shinji, how are you? Can you believe they stole Maxine's zinc? This is wickedness. I have no idea what that means. Should I know what that means, or is that some kind of a troll job? I don't know. Regardless, I appreciate the $4.99 super chat. So let's get the hearts out for Shinji, regardless of whether I'm being trolled or not. That I don't know. If there was a discussion in the chat about something that I missed, then I must have missed it. Zinc or link? Zinc is the roof. The roof material, I'm assuming. All right. Okay. So we're going to check in with Alex now. Hopefully we've got the audio from that. I'm going to listen to it in the background. If nothing else, we'll look at the video and discuss. But let's check in with Alex right now. I'm going to take myself off camera first here, guys.
It's 5 o'clock, Tuesday, October 28th. I'm out at Palace Hills. This is the same spot I filmed yesterday. 5 o'clock Tuesday, October 28th. I'm here out at Palisados.
Okay, so that was the same area that Alex was a day or two ago, I think just east of the Kingston downtown area at the coastline there, east of the airport. I think it's the Palisades area. Appreciate him sending in that video. I mean, you can just hear the wind, obviously, in the microphone there, and all of the debris that has been kicked up on shore, you know, just things just coming up the shoreline. Things look okay there. There's still some significant wave action. Again, the opportunity that there still could be additional storm surge in that area, but you know, you saw from there that overall, compared to what we've been seeing on the western side of the island, looks okay as we get close to the shoreline there in Kingston. So I'm glad Alex is doing good and appreciate him taking a second and sending in that video to the channel. So apologies, I forgot to remove the music from the break video that I did. Is it Palisados? It is an area that when he told me the first time, I was unfamiliar with. So, yeah, Falmouth was close to being in the eye, yes. Now again, at that time, the winds were reduced a bit, but still significant major hurricane force winds were embedded within that eye. Whether Falmouth got those directly, a little bit not as clear because we lost the signature from the satellite, but it does look like Falmouth was in those inner core winds. I hit like on this live stream before I forgot. I appreciate you saying that, Backyard Bird Watcher. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Still getting some videos from you guys, and I appreciate that. Still efforting to look at all of those while chatting with you too. Now again, you know, I got some video. Okay, there's Black River. All right. And just always make sure, if you can, to let me know where they're from too. Palisados is how you say it? Thank you. Well, we've heard from a few places close to the eye, and no, you know, the information coming out of there is not good at all. All right, you keep the chat going after sign off. What we'll probably end up doing, guys, is restarting a new stream for you. Restarting a new stream at all. Ray, what are you doing? I appreciate you so much. Thanks for your amazing coverage, Rusty. Great job, mods. Wonderful channel. Prayers for Jamaica. Well said. And thank you for the kind thoughts, and thank you for the thoughts for Jamaica as well. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Rhea. Again, another $9.99 super chat. Moderator to the channel, friend of the channel. So thank you very much, Rhea. Appreciate you and hope you're doing well. Boy, that would be fantastic. Would love to get over 70,000 subscribers before we sign off. Again, if you're just tuning in, some of the most impactful video that we've seen is this particular one from Black River. I know we've seen it several times on the channel, but I think it's worth mentioning again. You know, this is someone who is filming through what looks like could be the peephole of a door or just some kind of small opening from the inside. And that rushing water, that is that significant, right? Unbelievable. The wind, you can see how high up on the other buildings outside that water is on the other side of the street. You can see the power line just dancing with that wind. And you can even see that the wind is going the same direction as the water and just pushing that so fast. It really is unbelievable. Again, this is the Black River area earlier today. And let me be very clear. Most video that we're getting isn't even near what the extreme condition was for these areas. You know, these folks had to be able to take this video and still get it out before internet and power went down, right? And so at the height of the storm, that likely was not possible. So some of the pictures and videos that we're going to get tomorrow, I think are going to be jaw-dropping. You know, first of all, with what was happening during the storm and then the aftermath images. And we've seen enough of those already to kind of brace for some of the widespread destruction that Melissa brought to portions of the western side of Jamaica, be it from the storm surge, be it from the wind, be it from the fast flash flooding that you guys are seeing on your screen right now. All of those combined, right? Significant, catastrophic, life-threatening conditions. And I hope that we have had no loss of life. You know, I mentioned earlier when the newspapers in Jamaica reporting that 4 hospitals in the western parishes have been severely damaged. Screenshot earlier from the JPS Black River office in St. Elizabeth in the aftermath of this, right? You know, complete failure of the roof. You can even see it looks like a little bit of the metal has bent a bit or has at least come down. I mean, you know, this is going to have to be basically a total, you know, total rebuild of this facility. But it gives you an idea of some of the damage that has been trickling in photos and videos for us. This is a tough video to watch. Again, according to you guys, this is the Savlamar Hospital where the roof just peels off. You know, before we even saw this video, I was discussing how roofs fail in these kinds of winds. Remember the overhangs, right? So as the wind pushes against the building, the wind hits it and goes up and starts to cause weaknesses in the roof. And then one of those areas, typically the windward side of the roof, begins to fail. And you saw it buckling there. And once it goes, it's like a sardine can and it just rips off and folds away. And you saw it buckling there at the beginning. But these are some of the more extensive damage videos that we've gotten in. We've gotten some, you know, photos. But again, it's showing you what we're likely to see in a larger variety tomorrow once we start to pick up more in the way of the pieces with the pictures and videos. If you guys want to check out the article that we just put up, you can. You know, Jamaica declared a disaster area amid battering from Hurricane Melissa. For those who live in the Kingston area, again, it's still a long late afternoon and early evening ahead. You know, solid 50-mile-an-hour winds from time to time. I hope no additional issues with rainfall, but wind and some storm surge could still be a problem. You know, it could be a pretty noisy evening throughout the island as well. We got the 1K. Is that you? Mr. T, man, that would be awesome. Okay. So again, current look at the storm shows again that in satellite imagery, it's certainly a little bit more disorganized, but you're beginning to see in these last little loops here, as the core of the storm emerges, a little bit of banding features beginning to return. Now, let's be clear. On the south side, it is still pulling in the drier air with the friction over the land, so some of that will get ingested into the storm too. So this is not going to regenerate to look as impressive as it did, thank goodness. But losing just a little bit more strength or maintaining its current strength is a very plausible scenario in this environment. It's not going to have long to hold together before, unfortunately for Southeast Cuba, it begins to move into the island later tonight and especially throughout the overnight hours and into Wednesday, where again we do have a hurricane warning that is in effect for a lot of Southeast Cuba. And then down the road again, you know, you have hurricane warnings as far north as Eleuthera and Exuma, excuse me, not Eleuthera, Cat Island and Exuma and Long Island and Rum Cay and San Salvador, Central Bahamas, Southeast Bahamas, Acklins, Mayaguana, and Agua, Turks, Caicos, including Grand Turk, under a tropical storm warning. Again, for those asking about Eleuthera and New Providence and Andros and Grand Bahama and the Abacos and Bimini, no watches or warnings for you yet. You know, again, how close does the storm get to Cat Island in the forecast might determine whether the Bahamian Weather Service extends any watches or warnings north. But remember, the worst part of the storm will be along this center line and east. So conditions should not be as bad in the central Bahamas overall as they are in the southeast Bahamas. You got it, Donna. Belize giving love to Jamaica. I love to see it. Okay. You guys mentioned a marathon broadcast. I think this is a marathon broadcast that will be coming to an end shortly. It's with the two streams combined, a little under 11 hours, I believe. I think we started right around 7:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time at 6:13. Again, we had to switch our streams to be able to bring you guys in some of these videos. But the first thing I want to do is thank everyone who thought enough of this channel to spend part of your day with us in coverage of Melissa. It means a lot that, you know, you guys have choices as to where you get your information, that you saw something about what we're doing with this channel that you thought it was the right choice to join us. So that means a lot. Lets us know we're doing something right, and I really appreciate that. Thank you to all of those who have supported the channel in a variety of ways. The super thanks, the super chat, the super stickers, becoming members of the channel via the links to the PayPal and Venmo. Again, I'll take a minute here and personally thank you guys via messages that way, but appreciate all that support. Just liking and subscribing as well. And the biggest thing, honestly, today is if you shared this channel with your family and friends, or if anything else, you took the information you heard and you shared it, because the reason why we do this is to get out timely information ahead of these storms and then to track these storms with you guys to give you those updates. So hopefully you guys got that out of this channel as well. Thank you for all those who sent in pictures and videos. Appreciate those like Justin and Alex who are on the island experiencing this storm and still took some time to give us several videos before the storm and after, as we know that this was a very impactful storm for portions of Jamaica. Again, if you live on the island and you still have a roof over your head and you still have power and you still have internet, consider yourselves very, very lucky, because there are other Jamaicans that are just not in the same boat. You know, again, we've seen some of the destruction from what we've been able to show you today. I kind of am fearful of what we'll see in the aftermath as well. And we all have to come together and support those. If you have that opportunity to help, please do so. You know, the infrastructure is going to be significantly hindered in some areas for days and if not weeks. And travel could be very much impeded in these areas as well. Now again, please remember that the storm is not done, that the back end of the storm will continue to bring some wind and rain impacts for the next several hours, if not for some areas overnight as well. What I will do is, after a brief break here, we'll fire back up the live stream and we'll continue to track the storm, you know, with the radar as it moves over the southeast sides of Cuba. As far as any additional live coverage for the Bahamas, that is very much likely for tomorrow. It'll be dependent on the track and the speed of the storm, but I'll keep you guys updated on the channel as well. You know, but our coverage of Melissa certainly doesn't end with what's happening right now through Jamaica. Again, I appreciate everyone. And again, do expect there to be additional impacts. You know, St. Mary getting very bad. There are still going to be some areas where the storm is going to cause problems. For northern coastal areas, you notice how this is regenerating a bit here. This is what I'm talking about. As the low-level structure gets a little bit better organized, the wind fields could expand a little bit on the northern coast. So some areas could still potentially see their worst weather now through the early evening hours, and then everyone should quiet down after that. Be extremely careful, right? You know, be extremely careful after this storm as well, and make sure you check in on your family and friends. If you have pictures and videos you want to send me, you can always do that to mymeteomundo@gmail.com as well. So I do appreciate that. Friends, thank you so much for spending part of your Tuesday with me. Our thoughts, our prayers are with our friends in Jamaica. I'll keep you updated. Again, we'll bring our radar live stream on coming soon to continue the coverage there. And in the aftermath of the storm, we'll provide you coverage with what's happening on Jamaica as they begin their recovery efforts. Please take care of yourselves. I'll see you very shortly on the channel. Until then, my friends, we'll see you soon.